Hello, everybody. I hope you're well and thriving. I'm multitasking here, as you can see. Trying to send out a couple of invites. It's been a last-minute.com affair. I know. When is it not? Give me 1 second while I just set the laptop somewhere safe. Okay, so let's roll. People are running a bit late today. It's been one of those incredibly busy weeks. This is going to be a shorter broadcast than usual. Namaste to the peeps that are here. And sending you all big love, big blessings. Peace, honor, and respect. This is the Bush Whisperer. For those of you that don't know me, I'm the local shaman here, Simonstown, by the Penguin Sanctuary, Seaforth, Boulders, Cape Town, South Africa, southern tip of Africa, close to Cape Point. And yeah, I've got a background in all sorts of different traditions of Western occult and Vedic occult and some Oriental from further east as well. It's been a long journey for me. So we're going to be taking a really interesting deep dive into the astral, the etheric, the causal, emanations, and of course, you know, everything that represents and everything between. And, you know, to be fair with you, it's quite an extensive story. Let me know, by the way, if my audio is getting stuck at any point. It shouldn't be a problem, but it's always good to check. This is something that I've learned, especially when I'm flying solo. So if there is any audio, if you guys would just let me know, how's the audio sounding? Should I turn it up? Should I turn it down? This StreamYard keeps messing with their settings, and I don't change the settings on my system, but StreamYard keeps changing, which is rather interesting. So, yeah, we've got a really lovely discussion lined up here today. I think it's going to be one that's going to be particularly telling, because it does relate to many of the topics that we've been covering before. We have covered certain aspects of the etheric plane and the astral plane in the past. So for those of you that are, you know, involved in occult work or astral projection, etheric projection, this is going to be something that might be of particular use to you. And I think it's also going to be of use to a lot of people, because I'm going to break it down in such a way that it's going to be quite easy to understand. And so, yeah, man, sending you all big love. I see there's only 5 of you here, so slowly but surely. I was very late in letting people know that the live was going to be on. I only figured out this morning, really, what the live was going to be about, and only got to put it down later on. I was alone with my son the whole week, and so he does school at home through online Zoom school. So he needs me to be there present, and I was working as well. And then I've got a whole plethora of animals to care for, and usually his mom sort of helps with the load. Namaste, Occult Examiner. How are you doing? Sending you big love. Yeah. How's my audio, by the way? Is the audio okay on your end? Just thought I'd check in. I'm always nervous about this audio story. I've often been dropped in it by them. I think StreamYard sometimes turns on and turns off certain features at lib. Sometimes features are working and then they actually become a problem. So, namaste, Big Gaz, how are you? Hope you're good. Oh, you're rolling some good smoke and audio is great. Good to know. Yeah, good audio is important for good smoke. It can ruin the buzz, man. I used to enjoy some of that sometimes, but these days I tend not to, just to breathe in as much oxygen and air as possible to stay as healthy and focused as I can. My boy keeps me on my toes. So yeah, and when if I do, I tend to overdo it. I tend to, you know, because I'm a grower. So if I'm very fussy. I grow it myself indoors, premium. I'm aiming 25%, you know, and very fussy about how I grow it. So if I don't grow it, I won't enjoy it. I won't touch it. I'm like that. I'm a bit of a snob. I know how to grow. I know how I like it grown. Know how I like it dried and cured. But yeah, the discussion today, which is an exciting one, it keeps you saying, yeah, well, we are living in a slightly insane era, shall we say. Maybe it's not the world that's insane. Maybe it's just the way that we allow the world to be represented for us. So we're going to be looking at astral, etheric, and causal emanations of the consciousness field. And, there's a lot of elements to this. There's a lot to break down. Now, I'm often going into this very frequently. Suppose I should bring up a couple of the images that I like to roll with while I'm talking. There is this thing that I noticed in Western occultism where they tend to confuse etheric and astral. And for me, it's a very sore point, because when I break down the words etheric and astral, I'm breaking it down from Phoenician, Paleo-Hebrew, Hebrew, because that's where all our language originates from, essentially. And at least where we are here, it seems to be. So, to break down a word in its original meanings is to get an instance and a semblance of what it is that you're talking about. And so when we're talking about the etheric, we're talking about at. In English, it's become at. It used to be ath. And it relates to an oath as well. But it's the first and the last of the Paleo-Hebrew or the Phoenician characters. The one that represents the ox, the life force, the spirit, and the one that represents the cross, where everything meets, that reintegrates. So you have this, the monad expressing itself as pure, singular, potential life. We call this prana. We call this life force. And we have the final character, tav, or tub, like a tub, right? The word tav. It holds the substance of the water of creation. And we used to do our cleansing spiritual rituals for Saturn, the cube. The cube is another thing that represents the etheric field specifically. And the Merkaba is something that represents the astral field specifically. Now you can see how the cube and the Merkaba work together. There's this powerful relationship between the cube and the Merkaba. So, that's right, I got sidetracked. Saturn square and sigil. So you can't do anything these days without getting the good old Saturn square and sigil out, because they seem to be rather fundamental to everything related to the occult sciences and the spiritual sciences. And welcome to all of you that are arriving. For those of you that don't know where you are, you've landed in the right place. Awesome little spot to be hanging out if you're interested in learning about spiritual sciences and the occult. This is where it's gonna happen. We're going to have a cool discussion, yeah? Let's hope that my people are all good and well and healthy. Being crazy stuff going on in the world. Everyone I know, there's all sorts of nonsense going on. Everyone I know, it's a challenging time for those of you that have loved ones that are on the brink of coming or going. Good luck to you. Big love, big blessings. So... insane is believing you can live in this reality. Yeah, well, guys, we have no choice. We have to, live and let live. Was it live and let die? I don't know. Live and let die, I think. But it's just a very interesting dynamic, because when I think of reality, I think essentially of the etheric field. And that is what I relate to as reality expressing the astral. And so the etheric expresses the astral here. And in our consciousness, we have these two aspects as well. Now, the astral has been given a bad rap, right? and the etheric has been mixed up with the astral. This is a very typical thing that has happened. When most people speak about astral projection, they are not talking about astral projection. 80%, 90% of the time when people think they're talking about astral projection, they're actually speaking about etheric. And that's something to consider. Thank goodness I got my water here. So, etheric projection is... Sorry. Good old-fashioned copper. You got to keep your water clean, man. Etheric projection is like very much like being in this reality. There's up, there's down, there's left, there's right, there's east, there's west, there's north. There are walls. The place looks like home a little bit. It's different. There's a different feel to it. It's like looking at reality through a weird filter. That's how I would sort of describe the etheric field. But otherwise, and you can't walk. If you can walk around in the etheric field, then you're not in the etheric field. Then you're in a dream. Because in the etheric field, you don't walk. You travel at the speed of thought. Your brother Indy, we're running live. Is everything good?
Yeah, we started 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm on. Have you not got the link?
No.
I sent it to you. That's so strange. Let me send it again. That's bizarre. I sent it through the other laptop. Why did it not send? Sorry, people. Excuse me for this. I don't understand exactly how this happened. Because I sent the link through there. So it should show here. No, it didn't go. That is so bizarre. Okay. Maybe my other computer was having internet issues at the same time. Well, thank goodness he called me to let me know. Sorry about that, peeps. That would explain why there's been an issue here. That must have been, maybe my other machine went off the Wi-Fi for some reason. It's been acting really strange, even though it's a really lovely. It's a top end processor actually. Here's a message from Cosmic. So there we go. And let's do it here. Where's Indy? Where did they put Indy? Come on, Indy. There's Indy. So yeah, the etheric field is obviously, it looks like reality that we know. It reminds us of the place we call home. It's very similar to, in terms of dimensional potential, to what we expect and what we're used to. I just want to make sure that everybody has got it. Okay, so that's gone through. Very, very strange. I see here, this is bizarre. It went to someone else, but it didn't go to these guys. Bizarro, huh? So yeah, there seems to be this misconception that always sort of, I've always been aware of it, and it's always sort of bugged me a little bit. And I think it's really important to understand the roots of these, right? Okay, so everybody's got it now. Everybody's got it. Everybody's on the ball. Everybody's rocking, flying with gas. Welcome, brother. Well, let's do a little bit of a late introduction. Sorry, people. I don't know how that happened. Must be my other laptop. So we've got Indy Sage here, and we've got Cosmic Prankster here, and Indy will go around clockwise. Indy is primarily, he works with shadow. He's shadow worker. He's also a anthropologist, and he's also, got his feet soaking in the Taoist cosmology and practice, and Western occult therapeutics and Vedic. So he's really got his like a broad base, shall we say, of occult thinking and philosophy and spiritual psychologies. We've also got Dear Cosmic here, who's also got an extensive background as well in the Western occult. However, he's for the last few years, I think, he's been working with the Fae, and so he's the modern day John Dee without a crystal ball, because he doesn't need one, not because he doesn't want one. I always make the joke that, like, if you want him to get one, send him some money. But yeah, so he works with the Fae, and he's been channeling an entire system, a language, and an occult practice. Gosh, this top is very green, huh? You just notice these things like out of the. I just notice how green this top is now that I see the backgrounds of everybody else's color. So I'm in agreement today. So yeah, we've got Cosmic and we've got Indy. Do tell us a little bit about yourselves, dear gents, and welcome to have you here. It's an honor. Big love, big blessings. Om Shanti.
So glad to be here, and thanks for the lovely introduction. As always, Franklin. Shadow work is like the light of my life, and it's been my saving grace, going through the transformations and challenges that I've gone through in life and coming out on top. And it's been a real awakener, and my consciousness has shifted. So it'd be really interesting to dive deep into the different manifestations of consciousness, the emanations, and the nature of consciousness itself today. Should be a really exciting talk. And I have a little bit of background here. I did a little research on a banned interview by Einstein that we're going to look into a little bit later. It should be pretty interesting. Maybe bring some light to the round table. Bring us a couple of questions to dive into. And it should be really exciting. So glad to be here, guys. And happy summer solstice.
Happy summer solstice indeed. Oh yeah, this sounds like it's going to be an interesting topic for today. Just because a lot of what I do in my work is basically kind of like a figuring out a sort of an epistemology of consciousness and sort of the evolution, how it evolves from a kind of quasi-scientific perspective. I don't know if I would really call what I do science or occultism. It seems like it's this weird blurring of both at the same time. But in terms of all the sort of Zerfax and Zarfax terminology, I've been thinking more about, allocating sort of consciousness by measuring them with these Zerfax bubbles. So, yeah, this should be an interesting topic today.
Mm-hmm. 624. Yeah, and I've noted
absolutely.
That
carry on, brother.
Astrologically, we had been in a T-square with Jupiter, Saturn, and the Moon, which had just ended on 6/19. And we've been in a wedge with Jupiter, Saturn, the Moon, and Neptune since 2/7 back in February, which peaked on 5/9 just last month. And it's going to be ending on 6/24. So that carried some heavy energy with it, with Saturn in the mix and also the Moon. But Jupiter being there gives us some kind of strength to make good of that. As much as the phases of the Moon and the challenges of Saturn can be daunting and challenging, the strength of Jupiter can give us some light to power through that, I think. What do you think, Jupiter brings some strength through that wedge?
I would say, it's sort of, you could say that Jupiter and Saturn are keeping each other tied up. It's a little bit S&M worthy. And, it's a bit of a smear tactic, you could say, like Jupiter's smearing Saturn and Saturn's all over Jupiter. And they sort of so lost in each other, they forget to shine their light on us. But Jupiter's definitely going to bring that jovial disposition. So it's in an interesting perspective, because it's Jupiter that we're speaking about. The negative traits of Jupiter are there, but I think it's more like just going to bring us to a point where we're not excessively intensely focused on the Mars element. Right. The fact that Saturn's in Aries, right?
Yeah.
That's an interesting point. And happy solstice to all of you. If you want to know how I came up with this topic, I was sitting there last night. I was thinking, dang, it's really late. It was early hours of this morning, actually. And I was thinking, ooh, oh, round table, yeah, I really should like get this on. Like, what is the discussion? I've been so busy with my little boy. And his mother only just arrived a little while ago, like this, just before I got into my life, really. She's been away the whole week. So I was looking at the numbers and I was like, wow, that's really interesting. So it's solstice, power. It's the 21st, okay, solstice, 21, Jupiter. But it's a 21 of the 6, which is 27. That's what solstice represents. But then when we go further into that, we go, it's the 21st day. It's the 6th month. So that's 27 in all. Then it's the 20th century, and it's the 25th year. So that's 45. I thought that's just really powerful. So we're sitting with 27 on the one hand, and 27 is like a highly important number, right? For so many reasons. We'll get into that as well. And we've got the 72, which comes from the union of the two. When you add the 27 and the 45, you end up with 72. Now, as a ball, when that bounces back into the forefront of what we're observing, because we're going to be more ruled by the psychic element of the numbers that are around us, it's going to bounce back into the 27. And when you reapply that 72 to the 27, you end up with 108. So I was like, wow, that's really interesting the way these numbers are doing that. Because 108 obviously is the astral map. 72 is the etheric map of the Kabbalah. And so Western occultism is all based on the number 72. And Eastern occultism is all based on the number 108. And so 108 is sort of like the code of Ida, the code of the astral, which represents chakra, rotation, force, energy. And the etheric represents containers, sephirot. And this is what binds the energy that's bouncing around inside the containers. Like our bodies are containers of energy. So the energy that's contained in the body is pure energy, which is formless, is quality, the qualities of the astral. And that relates to 108. And the containers are 72. So I just thought, like, that's really, really interesting, you know. And obviously that then, you know, that becomes a really interesting 180. So the 180 degrees, when you combine the two, becomes 180 degrees, which is the 3 angles of a triangle, which is really fundamentally important when we start to look at how you understand the nature of math. So this idea of solstice, 72, 108, we've got 21 rocking the front, which is Jupiter. The moon is currently in Taurus. Taurus represents the toric field. The toric field is the extension of a spiral that spins in 2 directions and the emanation through which matter arises. And so the toric field is the perfect model to understand the etheric and the astral working together, because the energies of the astral are circulating through the toric field, and the field itself, the shape of the field, that's the etheric. And so sound that has shape, the shape of sound is the etheric field, but the quality of that sound, the feeling of that sound, is the astral. So when we're listening to music, a big part of the music is the astral, because it's very subjective. And if you're painting and your painting is really focused on color, it's more focused on very deep subjective content, the astral. If your painting is like more black and white focused and it's more focused on fractals and forms and the shape of things, where you're tuning in more to the etheric. And the same could be said about music. If it's the tone and the quality of the tone, like, for example, listening to the voices of an aria, that is the astral being vibrated. But if you're listening to the rhythm and the words and what they mean, that's more of an etheric notion. So, like, you can break this down to everything, whether it's art, music. I just use those as an example. And so, yeah, that's how this topic sort of landed. And last night it was just too late. I was like, I can't do this now. I got to go to sleep. I'm going to end up making so many typos. It's going to be embarrassing. I'm going to have to explain to everybody like I couldn't type last night. So I figured I'd do it today. And I woke up and my little boy was all over the shop, and there was just so much going on, so much to do. So, time stretched on. But anyway, that's the idea of how we landed on it. And solstice is such a powerful and special time, especially where we are right now. Because this isn't just any old solstice, right? I mean, we are now in the center of the year. This is where Cancer and Leo, this is the power that moves to the peak of Cancer and Leo, shall we say, in terms of the cosmic cycles. So this is where it starts. Proverbial summer, the longest day of the year, the most light that there is, the most growth that all living things are going to experience in the northern hemisphere is today. And where I am in the southern hemisphere, it's the shortest day, and it's the least amount of light. So it's interesting how this juxtapositioning works. But big love and blessings. Well, where did you guys want to start? Do you guys have any particular orientation you want to start?
So, based on your description, Franklin, of the astral and the etheric, a lot of the times I couldn't really get it, but I think now I finally got a way that makes sense. So it seems like the astral is the kind of the color, qualitative, emotional aspect, and the etheric is more of the shape, intellectual, language-based aspect. See, in my system, I refer to this as the key node and the gate node. So the key node the key Zerfact would be related to the etheric, and the gate would be related to the astral. So that gives me kind of a different understanding of what you're talking about, and I think it actually fits into what I've been working on quite well. But then there would be a fourth body, and I haven't really quite figured out what the name is. I guess maybe that could be like the spirit, the one that's like it's like you have the individual body, that would be like your physical causal body. Then you have the Zith body, which would be the etheric intellectual body. That's the body you kind of visualize with your mind's eye. You have your idealized sense of self, how you see yourself in your imagination. Then with the gate node, you have the astral body, and that would relate more to music. So that would be the body that essentially relates to when you hear a certain sound or a certain music, what type of emotion does it elicit? Is it a pleasurable one? Is it or is it an unpleasant one? And that will be determined by the nature of that third body. And then there's the fourth body, which isn't really your own. It's kind of like this sort of umbilical connection to the spirit, or the sort of the collective node. I'm not really sure what to call that, but yeah. And so it seems kind of like the way I kind of like think about this stuff is that consciousness is a kind of a dialectical relationship between the astral and the etheric, and that it's when the astral and the etheric come together in union, that's when you create the form of the body and the physical. Maybe we could start with that.
So if the astral is emotional, then the etheric deals with memory and reasoning, or something else?
I'd say it's like intellectual.
Okay.
Rational.
Yeah, rational.
Everything rational.
That would work too.
Because it's all about, it's about edges. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This edge touching that edge, and this edge and that edge, and the other one is like about what's between the edges, right? Like this, my edges are my thoughts, your edges are your thoughts, and then there's this feeling between us that sort of goes through the walls, goes through everything. It permeates. It's very unconsciously receptive in that it identifies with everything. And so you could say that the emotional is embracive. So it's the unifying intelligence. Yeah. And the etheric, you could say, would be the intelligence that gives distinction. So it's the rational intelligence. In other words, it rations out this from that, this from that, this from that. So a lot of the logical thinking is got to do with this fashioning of rational potential in different forms of logic. You're either saying that this is like this, or you're saying that this is nothing like this, right? In basic terms. So, this chalk is nothing like this piece of what is this? Nothing like this piece of resin, right? Or you could say that this chalk is a little bit like these fishermen in the texture. So there's something similar between the chalk and this. So this is how the emotional body works. It wants to see what's similar. The rational intellect wants to see what's the opposite. So, in fact, no, I'd say the emotional intelligence works more, not about comparing what's similar. It just automatically relates, almost as if this is a part of this somehow, and these are like really somehow an extension of each other, and they're actually one thing, where the other one separates them clearly. And so the distinctions are drawn. So when we look at like the Paleo-Hebrew and going into the Phoenician, we've got Aleph, the ox, life force that permeates, and Tav, the crossing point, Saturn, that limiting point, the rhythm of vibration. So that means where something is at. And at is really to do with location. This is why the etheric projection is so location-based. It's all about location, baby. It's location, location, location. The astral is like way much more abstract. It's like the location is like you pack it up and you carry it around with you. It's like it can be whatever you want it to be. It's so abstract. It doesn't have to have shape and dimension and form. It doesn't even have to have the dimensions that you know. It can have more dimension. In fact, it does have more dimension. And so you try and rationalize this astral experience, and you have to put it in terms of etheric. This is why when we dream, our dreams are so completely irrational, but our consciousness is trying to put it into context with the etheric, because we're gaining insights of the emotional nature through our dreams, much of it, which is trying to be rationalized by the rational mind, which struggles. And so it just almost like reaches out for something that's like similar to it without knowing why. Because the emotional intelligence comes and says, well, I am like this. And the rational intelligence says, vase. Okay, vase. But like now that vase represents me as a concept. Namaste, Howard. I hope you're good. I hope you're thriving. Vincent. Namaste, dear Vincent. I hope you guys are well. Namaste, Ryan. Big love and blessings to all of you. Namaste, Bernadine. Big blessings, big love. I hope you guys are all smiling and thriving. So yeah, I hope that gives you an idea. Now, the question that you were saying we should start firing bullets at, just to be clear, is really to do with the amalgamation between the astral and the etheric. That's to follow what you're saying? That's basically it, right? Cosmic.
Yeah.
So here's a drawing that I think quite clearly iterates like some of the concept here. So this puts it into context with the seven hermetic elements and the chakras. So we've got the spiritual body, we've got the astral body in the middle, which is yellow, and then we've got the rational body, which I've put as red. And I've put the rational body as red because the desire operates within a rational framework. We rationalize our desires, like Mars. And the imagination I put in the context of yellow because the solar potential is that endless shining potential of light, which is completely abstract, right? And relates to pure energy. So, and then the blue I've put in, into context of the intuition and the inspiration, because it's such a more abstract concept than the imagination. I mean, inspiration isn't something you can imagine. It's something that just is. Intuition is something that just presents itself. Memory is something as well that presents itself, but memory is like a point that crosses over. So I like to think of these three spheres as a concept that helps me to put it into some kind of a rational framework. And then just to bring that back, then I would say that the best place to start is with Saturn. I always say that, don't I? Am I boring that I say that every time? You gotta love this. The more I look at the sigil, the more I fall in love with it. I've been falling in love with this sigil. I've had a love affair with this for like decades now. And it seems like the older I get, the closer I get to understanding Saturn's meaning. Go figure, right? One step closer to the grave, one step closer to Saturn's secrets. And here I think we've got the perfect epitome of this process that is working. So here we've got 1, 2, and 3 working together. Here we've got 7, 8, and 9 of the enneagram working together. And here we've got 4, 5, and 6. Now 4, 5, and 6 represents, to me, the way in which we interact with the causal field, right? And this has got to do with the subtotal of both of these, where the one is rational and the other one is more of a subtle emotional nature. Like, look at the pivot here. The pivot is in 2, right? And 2 is really the moon. It's really emotions, really about potential, really about qualities, right? 8, Saturn. This is really about the logos. This is really about logic. This is really about putting logic into context. 9, Mars. Mars is very methodically logic and disciplined in applying the logic of Saturn. 7 is the hermit, the philosopher, the deep thinker, rationalizing the entire universe, but with the intuitive capacity that, as you can see, 7 is touching 2. It's got that very powerful emotional context into the thinking paradigm, hence the mystic. And we see 9 is also touching the 2. So 9's got a lot of that intuitive, Mars has got a lot of that intuitive potential as well. Premonitions, the premonitions of Mars. And then we can see 1, 1 as being the sun. It's all about expression, self-expression. But 1 is touching 8. So 1's also got a lot of that 8's rationale in it. And we can see the same with 4, the number 4, which is logic. But 4 is like the stubborn one in the room, shall we say. And the stubbornness comes from an essentially logical, more logical and emotional, in the same way that 6 is both logical and emotion. So the 6 and the 4 represent the furthest away from the 8 of logic and the 2 of emotion, and the same with the 4. So they sit sort of in the middle. And 5, well, 5 touches everything. 5's got the magic, baby. Mercury can travel between the mundane and the highest spiritual lofty elements, which is why when we look at alchemy, Mercury is such an important role. Why all the sadhus in India wear the color saffron. Saffron is the color of Mercury's color. So this is your Buddha, your Buddhi. Your Buddha is an expression of the force of Mercury. It comes from the root of the name related to the planet Mercury. And 4 and 6 are those powerful forces of like stagnancy and but also structure and logic that is tempered by the intuitive emotional current as much as it is with the logic. So it's very stable. And 6 is very much the door towards the mysteries, the qualities needed between the 2 and the 8 in order to bring you into that perfect alignment. And obviously, it gets quite interesting because when you add 2 to 2, you get 4. And when you get 4 to 4, you get 8, right? And you see 6 sits on the other side here. So 6 is a little bit of a unique one, right? You've got to add the 2 and you've got to add the 4 to bring the 6 into play. And so, or you got to take the 8 and subtract the 2. So 6 is the gateway to the mysteries. This is Venus. This is like Libra on the furthest side, but also Taurus, which is what brings us here today, and represents the movement principle of Mercury going in. So what am I saying here? Am I going off on one? Maybe, but I'll try and put it into a context that now can make what I just said worthwhile. Most of you probably know this, but if you consider 1, 2, and 3 then as the epitome of the true emotional qualities expressed, right? And then you look at 7, 8, and 9 as the true epitome of the logos and the logics expressed. So these are the containers, the sephirot, the shape and the form of things, rooted in 8 as the pivot, Saturn. And the pure energy that flows is flowing from the sun through 2 to 3. 3 being Jupiter, that positive influence of jovial turning of the proverbial wheel, and 2 being the qualities that one is expressing. So 2 becomes the pivot. I'm going to have to go and put that little dog out. So here you can see this interesting little relationship here in this particular story. I hope you can see my mouse here. That 2 is the key to understanding the astral, and 8 is the key to understanding the etheric. And now when we look at Taoism, it's all about yang yin, right? We'll get to that later. And when we look to the Western occult traditions, it's all about Saturn. So this Saturn square here is a Saturn square and has got all of the 9 numbers. So the Ennead is really the knowledge of Saturn being put into writing. It's really Saturn's business, the enneagram. And this is the cult of the black cube. And the cube is the metaphor for Saturn. Hence, Saturn is related to the etheric field. 2 is the potential of yang and yin. And yang and yin is really like, think of it as current, electrical potential, like anode and a cathode. That potential of energy has to move between 2 polarities. So the principle of polarity governs energy, right? And the principle of dynamic form of 8 governs the etheric. And the dynamic form of etheric is in balance with the pure energy of the... And then we've got this interesting one here, the 4, the 5, and the 6. And the 4, the 5, and the 6 now represents the balance, the axis mundi, around which these things are basically spinning. And this axis mundi is really the key to understanding the polarities between the Ida and Pingala. Let me get that image up for you. And so in Kundalini, oh, there I found the picture that I like. This picture is lovely because it's so simple and it doesn't have any of the nonsense that you don't need on it. So here we go. Now here we see this very interesting qualities running through here, right? We see the Pingala, we see the Ida, and we see the Shashumna. And the Shashumna is that that represents the causal. So this is the transcendent part of the human. And the Ida is related to the pituitary gland in the brain. So it's all about the moods, the feelings, and things related to qualities. And the Pingala, that is the logos, that is the intellect and the logic and the ability to rationalize. So I hope that's a good description. Did that make sense to everybody, Cosmic?
Makes sense enough.
Did you say it was enough?
Yeah.
Lovely. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. So I think like that's really like what we're looking at here. Now, when we deal in Western occult, we're talking about the Sephirot. We're always talking about the Sephirot. And so the Sephirot relate to Saturn, right? And because the Sephirot relate to Saturn, right, they naturally relate to the enneagram. Yeah? So imagine the 9 Sephirot, like Kether, Chokmah, Bina. No, let me go into the image so you can see. So Kether, Chokmah, Bina, Chesed, Jabura in the center. Interesting that. Tiferet, Netzach, Hot, or I like to call it head, head. And obviously probably one of the more important Sephirot that doesn't really get its true message across is Yesod. And these 9 Sephirot are contained within one bigger Sephirot. So the 10th Sephirot, Malkut, is the big square, right? And the other 9 Sephirot are within that big square, in that pattern. If you can think like that, you can think in terms of the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah wasn't supposed to be drawn or written down. It was supposed to be a purely conceptual, contextual thing. So you can think in terms of this, and this is probably a better way of understanding the principles of the Kabbalah than looking at that tree of life that you've seen everywhere. Because what they show you is that Malkut is the container that contains all of the other Sephirot, right? Well, if Malkut contains all of the other Sephirot, then they should all be depicted as being inside Malkut, should they not? Well, there we go. That's what we got here. So this is the tree of life, Saturn's cube. And then in the same way, when we break this down, this is broken down into some very interesting perspectives here. Because here, they show this relationship between the astral and the causal emanations, and the 4, 5, and the 6 representing the middle pillar, right? Representing Tiferet, representing the root. And there's an almost juxtaposition happening here when we look at this, because essentially what you've got is maybe I should get up this image of the tree of life. It might be useful. If I could get this thing to work. There we go. So, yeah, the tree of life that we're all so used to, Kabbalah. And the funny thing is, depending on whether you spell the Kabbalah with a C or a K, you get a different tree. Isn't that hilarious? Hey? Let's spell it with a C. It's like this. I find this hilarious because certain tradition, aspects of the tradition have appropriated in different fashion the different ways of looking at this tree of life as a concept. Maybe a more colorful one is a good idea. So when we observe the tree of life, right, we notice this interesting sort of dynamic here being expressed, which 288, that's not a very good one, is it? Ay. Maybe that one's better. Okay, we're going to go with that one. Yeah. So here we can see the tree of life. I hope you guys can see it. Hope we're good to go. And we can see how these Sephirot are rooted within the human dimension. Now, this has got to do with man as he stands here, but then there is the image of man as he is arising, or shall I say arisen, because on another level we've already arisen, which is an interesting concept to take into mind. So this isn't a bad image of it either. Oh gosh, I've really got to play with the sizing of this. So here we can see the full tree of life, and that should be it. So with the full tree of life, we're looking here at these containers. These are the Sephirot, and this is essentially the enad being expressed here, and the enad is being expressed, all of those potentialities and powers are being expressed into Malkut. So Malkut is really where everything is happening. So from a Kabbalistic perspective, all of these powers are operating in Malkut, through Malkut, within Malkut, from our perspective, because it's all a perspective-driven situation. And these represent the containers. So the Aleph Tav, at, these are got to do with location, where things are at. The distinction that draws a distinction between this and that, where when we're looking at the Ida, the Pingala notion, right? Here, we're seeing something different. Here, we're seeing where the points cross, we call them chakras, right? So the chakras are just really where the potentials of A and B are being brought into extension, energy points of extension. And the potential of A and B touching there is extension. So everywhere where those two currents touch, there's current. Think of like a battery. When you touch both things, there's current flowing. And that's where both things are touching. So there's a current flowing. So all of these, each of these points represents then the current flowing. And the current is all essentially coming from this point. But it is sort of being refracted and reflected back from this point. So it's an ascending and descending spiral, basically a toric field that we were talking about in the beginning. And so these chakras, as you can see, the picture here wonderfully depicts it, shows what the chakras represent. The polarities expressing quality based upon that particular polarity, as opposed to the idea of specific form being represented. And then, of course, the 22 relationships between the distinctions of form in different ways that form can be expressed. So I think like that's probably like a simplified way of sort of getting a perspective. I don't want to just carry on talking all the time. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's absolutely beautiful. I love the correspondence of the numbers and the different aspects. In the Saturn square, it brings a lot of light to that too. It's quite interesting. I also wanted to mention how in the mind we have a way of kind of recreating the world that we see with our senses in the back of the mind, and we see things as percepts, which is really not what something is, but it's really like the surface recognizable image that we see, that we associate. When we see that, we associate that it's going to be like the others that we associate with it in our referential terms, which we do through the let me see here, through the etheric body. We make these rational choices, and like Franklin was saying earlier, the astral is unifying, and it lets us to relate with others and see how we can unite. Whereas the etheric, we kind of work on trying to understand how we can divide things for the purpose of reasoning in referential terms, to be able to point at something and say, I'm referring to this. And so in Taoism, they say that when we've done that, when we've separated things for words, we have to know in our minds that those things are not separated in universal law. Those things are not separated in the cosmos, just because in our mind we have made separate terms for them to be able to refer to them. And to understand that all things are one is kind of something that humanity might not really be prepared for, because we think of all things being one here and now, but maybe all things could also be in a unified field through all time. So the things that we've done, the actions we've had, the words that we've spoken may reverberate and ripple through time, all through a unified field of time. So if we can understand how things are united, it can lead to a transformation in the way that we see things and the way that we might behave as well. Because it's thought that the mind returns to a place where all minds converge at a point of sleeping and dreaming, at a point of in between lives, maybe at a point of after so-called death, and in the place where we unite with the ocean of consciousness, when we were just a drop in this form. But it's interesting that we kind of recreate things, and when we do this, we don't necessarily in our minds always make the same associations of things that are like. We sometimes lump in things that actually are not right. And there's a really funny example of this in Australia. There is the Australian jewel beetle, and some of you guys have heard about this. It's kind of obscure. I don't expect that you have. Now, the Australian jewel beetle has it's a dimpled, glossy brown color, and the beer bottles that they throw in Australia into the bush, they had a dimpled, glossy brown design to them on the bottom. And so it turned out that these beetles started to favor these beer bottles for reproduction as opposed to their own females, because the beer bottles were bigger and shinier. And so for a long time, there was a really big problem. They were wiping out these beetles, and they had to redesign the bottles so that it wouldn't attract the beetles anymore. But as an analogy, you can see that like humankind has like gravitated away from nature. And we're messing with all these frankenfoods, like, ooh, this soda tastes so good, and these candies, like, ooh, they've really done it now. This tastes better than fruit. And so people are like really excited about these like poisonous frankenfoods, and they're really gravitating away from like the natural way of things, the gifts from nature, into like a laboratory experiment. And so we're really, a lot of us are not really that unlike the Australian jewel beetle. And we're playing with things that represent something that we associate with nature. Oh, this is strawberry flavored, artificial strawberry flavored. So, a lot of us don't really realize where a lot of these things come from. And so we're guilty of that. And this whole analogy also made me think of like, they have these, the mention of these androids, and the AI is like very prevalent now. And so there's talk about like these sex bots and stuff, and that men would have them. And there's some literature and some movies about this. It's some anime where people choose to have like a robot for a wife. And like, that's something I see as like very similar to this Australian jewel beetle. We can make technology resemble reality, nature. And what happens when that technology starts to become preferred over the natural things? I think that's a dangerous way to go. But I just wanted to bring up that analogy because in a lot of ways, the things that we think we see are actually an interface that we create in our mind. And so Aldous Huxley created this book, Doors of Perception, where he suggests that there's a lot more that our mind is seeing that's filtering out. And so we kind of look for things that we're taught to see and expect to see. But people that have attuned themselves to more mystical teachings and gone through meditation and worked on their practices and rituals have been able to sometimes come past this suggested reality that we're supposed to see, and being able to see beyond, being able to see auras, and being able to see through time and space, being able to see back into past lives. And I kind of wonder if we journey into a past life experience. Now, I've had past life meditation regressions, and then I've had out-of-body experiences, astral projections. And the astral projection was very much bright light colors, and it was very emotional, and it was very involved, and it was all interconnected. There was really no way to separate things and see one thing separate from the other. It was almost like the merging of all things. Whereas when I went back to my past life, it was more of a distinct place where I was going back to a certain time and place and only seeing my life experience during that one lifetime, and then re-emerging back from there. And so it almost strikes me that was more of an etheric travel, whereas my astral, an etheric projection, whereas my astral projections are somewhat markedly different than that. And I don't know if other people have made that distinction, but that's something that I had noticed.
Yeah, like a random like aside to what you're saying, but somewhat related. I think a lot about cubes, and what's the interesting thing about a cube is, well, I'm holding a single dice in my hand. is that you can never really see all 6 sides of the cube at once. You can really only see 3 at a time. Like, unless maybe you put the cube up to a mirror, but other than that, you really only see 3 sides at a time. And yet, even though you can't see those, you can only see 3 sides of the cube, there have to be 3 other sides for the cube to exist in order for it to exist. And I think that when it comes to consciousness, and this is relevant to the whole idea of emanation of consciousness, I think one of the problems, one of the reasons we can't understand consciousness is because we think of it, the dichotomy, as conscious and unconscious, that which has consciousness and that which lacks consciousness. And I think this is actually a bit of a problem, because I think the way I look at it, I think with panpsychism, it's actually, there's kind of a, it's a relationship between two. It's like you have, I think of it like this. It's like matter is sort of the soil of consciousness, and then plants that grow out of it are sort of the, it's sort of the outcropping of that panpsychist consciousness, where you create organisms with distinctive personalities, feelings, and so on and so forth. But these kind of represent, they're like 2 halves of consciousness. Think of it like a tape cassette that has side A and side B to it. So we have the side A consciousness, which is our individual consciousness. And then there's the sort of the side B aspect, which is sort of more collective, undifferentiated consciousness. So when we go to sleep and we have dreamless sleep, our consciousness is engaging in that sort of that collective sort of undifferentiated consciousness. And that when we wake up, we go back to the other side of consciousness, which is sort of like the more individuated side of consciousness. And it seems like when I start to think about it more, it's like these 2 aspects like need to exist. You can't just have nothing but single individual nodes of consciousness, nor can you have just one entire collective node of consciousness, because it's like you need those single bits of consciousness to sort of distinguish the whole and recognize it as that sort of thing, because without individual consciousness, there would be no consciousness at all. But likewise, you need that collective consciousness to sort of group together the individual consciousness so that you're not in some kind of lonely, solipsistic, hellhole. So I think that when it comes to understanding the emanations of consciousness, I think that the problem with Western society and the way we approach consciousness is this idea that the universe, that consciousness has to come from something that lacks consciousness, that we live in this unconscious universe of matter, and then when when certain unconscious properties come into the right alignment, then consciousness magically springs out of nowhere, and I don't think that's a really useful hypothesis. And I think instead, if we look at this kind of, that consciousness is kind of this day and night sort of phenomenon, where you have this sort of the individual sort of feeling based consciousness that's sort of interconnected with this sort of this more matter based, non-individuated consciousness. And it's the sort of the symbiotic relationship between these 2 things that ultimately create the sense of self. And so I think that when it comes to understanding our relationship with matter, I think one of the reasons that we can't understand our relationship with matter is because we deem it unconscious. And it's like, well, how can something conscious be correlated with something that lacks consciousness? But if you see matter as having consciousness, then that connection between mind and body actually starts to make a lot more sense. And it's not this total ineffable mystery.
That's fascinating. It kind of reminds me of something I was thinking about when I watched Stein's show the other day. They were talking about how instead of worshiping these divine figures, maybe we should be emulating them and allow ourselves to go through the evolution that our divine figure inspiration had gone through, whether that be Odin or Yeshua or whoever that might be. But we know that, for example, Yeshua had a lot of teachings about how to follow in his footsteps. And a lot of people have thought that if we worship him, that's sufficient. But a lot of people have come to understand that in order to have faith, you need to take steps towards making things happen. You can't just kind of sit around idly and just wish for things to work out for you and expect things to go your way necessarily. So if we can take responsibility into our own hands and start to instead of just idolizing these figures, start to like take into our own life the ability to go through these challenges and come through transformed and evolved, can be perhaps in our best interests, because I think that we all start to see as we mature and grow and develop that we can become stuck in our ways, and that it becomes very difficult when we become too attached to something that no longer serves us, and that we have to go through these transformations at some places in our lives. And being able to have a deeper understanding of the astral and etheric bodies and their play in this can be helpful. I think if we can realize and step back and know that that even though like we may be going through a difficult time, that these can always be considered to be blessings in disguise, and that we can reach back to gain strength from our lessons in the past, from our strength in our connections to our guardian angels, to our spirit guides, and the sort. We can learn to gain more strength through evolving and reaching out and having deeper understanding. I think a lot of people have kind of been caught up in trying to fit into the collective mentality that's been pushed on us of kind of just focusing on distractions. And there's so many distractions in the media. It's something to laugh at, something to enjoy, but is it really something to really deepen our understanding, something to really bring in more insight? And that stuff is there. It's just not stuff that's pushed on us first and foremost. It's stuff that you kind of have to dig a little deeper for sometimes. But I found that after digging deeper for a while, that stuff's like right on the forefront for me, because I've kind of pushed away the distractions. And so on a lot of my research and the media that I use, I've been able to go and find things a lot faster by filtering out the distractions of things that have been pushed on us, like just enticements and things, and misinformation and disinformation. But to be able to see through all these things, we need to reach deeper into our minds and know that we have the intuition to see through what's really supposed to have meaning for us and what's really just here to keep us entertained. So hopefully we can have a meaningful discussion today, and we're getting in pretty deep here. I wanted to mention a little bit of Albert Einstein's banned interview, and this kind of lines up a lot with what we've been saying here. He says that he was able to view a lattice that connects matter and energy in space, and he was able to see something that's a unifying field behind what we see with our eyes, behind what we know about in science. And he said that it's evident by spooky action or quantum entanglement that is there. He said also that consciousness is non-local, and that the body is like an antenna, and that when the body perishes, the consciousness remains and then goes into another antenna to re-emit its frequency, but that frequency is always there. He said that sometimes we fear death because we fear to lose what's familiar and what we've worked on in our memories. But he says that sometimes when we have deja vu, that's like a memory of the past lives. Those memories are still there. And so we have a glimpse of them sometimes. And he said, as the body's muscles grow through resistance, so the spirit matures through trials. He said that suffering is the teacher and pain is the crucible with which consciousness is refined. So he was suggesting that, like, just like the body grows from tearing muscle tissues when we work out or go for a walk or a jog, the mind grows from being challenged and going through difficult things and being able to arise above them. So he suggested that all the paths lead back to unity, and people forget their interconnectedness. We see each other like enemies in that sense when we forget our interconnectedness. But the real enemy is ignorance, and knowledge is light, and light always conquers. So it's really powerful talk that he was talking about here. And he suggested that there's evidence that reincarnation is a thing through near-death experiences, child's recounting the lives that they had supposedly never lived. And he said that knowledge of death's continuity should not lead to escapism or superstition, but to deeper responsibility. And if people knew that their words, their thoughts, and their actions never died, but rippled out to a unified field of an interconnected reality, the world would be transformed. And he wondered if humanity is ready to hear this. And that's why this talk was banned, because it's a little bit ahead of its time. I think a lot of people would feel like if they had known that, they might have done differently and not had done things that they might have regretted or something. But we're here now, and so when if we learn this now, we can transform going forward. And there's no sense in having bad faith, what we call in philosophy, the idea that if we had gone back and done things differently, that they would work out just as we expect them to. That's not necessarily right. So you can embrace the fact that we have made mistakes in the past and we can learn from them. That's one of the best ways to proceed, I think, for me at least. What do we have here, Franklin? Some more resin?
Yeah, Gaz was asking what I was burning. I was just showing him. I mentioned in the chat that this is frankincense, and the other one is myrrh. Just because you saw me burning something, I'm always burning that. I mean, there are other resins that I burn as well. I should be getting out some of the resin of mercury. Mercury's resin looks like that. Oh, why can't I think of the name of it right now? There's two different types. This is a mix. It's got a little bit of the black in it. Very similar to benzene. This isn't specifically benzene. It's my girlfriend's favorite one. I mean, I love them all. I burn a lot of that one, to be honest. So I'm always burning it because I get lots of it now. I burn it. Then the frankincense and the myrrh I burn at different times, but the mercurial one I'm burning all the time. I love it because obviously frankincense is there's a more solar quality to it. Myrrh is a more Saturnial quality. So yeah. So I love what you were saying, brother. I love what you were saying. Beautiful. And both what you and Cosmic were saying is really so on point. I didn't mean to side rail you. Please continue with what you were saying.
Oh, that's just a little bit more. He was also mentioning that the hardest thing is not understanding the cosmos, but to understand ourselves and to understand how we're bound to each other. And he said that science can be studied, but the meaning of life must be lived and discovered personally. He also mentioned that, as I mentioned earlier, we fear death because we fear loss, but he suggests that there's nothing to lose. And he says that we are travelers and death is not a wall, it's a door. And so he said that what really stays with us, love, kindness, and memory, these do not vanish. They move forward, even if we cannot see how. And we don't really understand how just yet, particularly, but we're always trying to look in deeper to understand that and have more experience with it. He said not to live in fear, but to live in search. He said that's all that matters. It doesn't matter what happens before or what happened after, but what matters is what we do now. A very practical advice. And he was really talking about things, the author was kind of questioning, the interviewer was kind of questioning, how can you speak of such metaphysical things when you're more of a scientifically minded person? And he said, this is not about belief. This is about knowledge. I know this to be true. And he said he is not a scientist or a religious person. He is a seeker of truth. And science and religion don't hold truth necessarily. They dabble with it.
I think there's a lot of truth there, especially with the way science has been portrayed. We got to understand that he was bouncing around in a world where ether didn't exist. What? So he had to reintroduce the ether.
Yeah.
But he knew that the scientists wouldn't accept ether, so he had to rename it. Right?
Yeah.
He had to rename this ether, which is that what did you call it? You used a beautiful word for it.
There's also quantum entanglement.
Exactly.
The Einstein
I think
paradox. So the new phrase is easy to remember.
there was a name that you used to describe it that I really loved.
Oh, a lattice.
Lattice. A lattice is a crystal form.
Right.
A lattice has got to do with crystal shapes, like sacred geometry, right? Like you look at crystals and you look at the lattices within crystals, and it's like a thing about crystallization. And I think it is the pure expression of the etheric body that can hold the energy, because the etheric body holds the energy. So we see the etheric first, and then in the etheric we see the energy. When we look inside the etheric, we see it's got something in it, like a quality that we can, feel. But that's really really so beautiful. It makes me think as well about the Egyptian tradition. And so the Egyptian tradition also had the etheric body, the Ka body, the etheric body. And the Egyptian tradition also had the astral body, which you would traverse with after your physical body has died. Because when the form ends here, you have to drop off the etheric body first. And then you traverse through into the underworld with the bar body, right? But then at the point, you've got to drop the bar body as well. And then you've got to travel with the Egyptian equivalent of the causal body, which they call the arc body. Now, arc, this is going to get interesting. You guys got your interesting caps on. I hope you have. The arc represents, in Sanskrit, it means eye, right? So that eye that they draw in Egypt, it's got to do with the arc. Now, the eye is, in my diagram here, the top sphere. And in the top sphere, you've got inspiration, intuition, and memory. And this is the sphere of the Akasha. This is the part that lives on from life to life to life. We call it in Vedic cosmology the causal body. The Egyptians had a name for the causal body that they called the arc, which means eye in Sanskrit. Very apt, very beautiful, really. And then they had the bar body, which is your emotional body, your receptivity. And that bar body was more to do with, like, your feelings and who you are intrinsically. And so you could say that it relates on like a fairly deep and profound level to the workings of the personality, right? But not so much the persona, more to do with the ego, I would say. Probably a better word to use when we're talking about the bar. Our ego is our emotional nature. It's who we really are deep down, right? And the car is more related to that forceful, vital potential that we can project outside of ourselves, right? And this car body would exist separate to us from an Egyptian concept. So, like the etheric body is often seen as a body that you project out of your body. And people call this astral projection, but that's actually an etheric body. When you're in the astral field, it's so abstract that it's just pure consciousness. And something that that was being said by both you and Cosmic, and I really wanted to tap onto this, right? I really wanted to tap onto this because I think it's so powerful. Let's look at consciousness in a way the consciousness has never been looked at before. Does that sound Star Trek-like? I hope it does, because I'm aiming for Star Trek to boldly go where no one has gone before. So here we go. We've got a conch. Now, when you look at a conch, the first thing you're probably going to notice if you really pay attention to it, right? And I think this is quite particularly interesting. The first thing you're going to really notice is that it is fundamentally, it's a toric field, right? If you look at it, it's blatant, isn't it? It's a blatant representation of a toric field here on the physical plane. And you can notice how the expansion of the spiral is contracting back inwards in a spiral nature. And it's all coming from a single point. It's emanating this way. It's growing outwards, but it's also growing inwards towards a point away from itself. What an interesting growth pattern, the way these things develop. So this spiraling nature of a conch is what we talk about when we talk about consciousness. And so it's I think it's quite apt, when we're looking at this from the perspective of Einstein talking about matter, right? And looking at the nature of existence. And why am I having this weird issue here? There we go. That's the one we're looking for. So when we look at this, the nature of a toric field as it's depicted for us in terms of, is this the best I got? Is this the best they're going to give me? Really? Okay, so we'll take a look at it. This is electromagnetism. So this is what we're talking about when we're talking essentially about matter. Everything is electromagnetism, essentially, right? And this toric field, the way they've drawn it here isn't really accurate, because that's not really how the aura looks, right? The aura isn't really shaped like that. No. If you can see auras, you'll know what I'm talking about. That's not really the way the aura is shaped. If you want to get a better representation of how the aura is actually shaped, you'd have to look at something like this. Yeah? I think that's a much better shape of the aura. It's like an egg. And so this emanation of form that holds energy in the process of crystallization is consciousness. So when we speak about consciousness, we're talking about the toric field as it is emanating. And in this process of emanation, there is a crystallization that happens that we call matter. Okay. So can we talk about consciousness as being separate to matter? Can we do that? Ever since I was little, as far as I was concerned, matter was consciousness. So I used to say to people, this is consciousness. This is consciousness. What I'm looking at and hearing and seeing is consciousness. The breath moving in, I'm literally breathing consciousness. This is everything that I can see, touch, and interact with is an emanation of consciousness. It's not like there is consciousness and then there's matter, and the consciousness is like Einstein was trying to rationalize it, right? That the consciousness is like outside of, no. I think that when we really start to consider what matter is, To me, it seems like we got to start looking at it from the perspective of consciousness, because then it starts to make sense. And then we understand why the word conch is used for consciousness, because this consciousness is the sound, right? The conch represents the sound. So in Vedic cosmology, the conch is when you and you call towards you the the deities, the guides, the higher values of consciousness that we can become unified with in trance. And so the calling of the proverbial army of light is the emanation of the conch, and this is what the conch is for. And that's why you'll see Shiva always having a conch. But that's an exoteric perspective. On a more esoteric level, that conch represents the structure of reality. And that reality is an emanation of sound. And that first there was sound, the word, and then the word was let there be light. And then there was light. And then from the emanation of light from sound came all the other myriad emanations that we experience in reality. But it all came from sound, the conch. It's all an emanation of consciousness. And so I think this is like something that the scientists are sort of slowly starting to get in when they're looking at this connection between mind and matter, consciousness and form and matter. And this, I think, is like a really important distinction, to look at the shape of this conch, to recognize it's a toric field, to recognize that the toric field is matter, to recognize that matter is consciousness, right? When you are so lost in the sound of the vibrating conch that it becomes an almost objective reality, when actually it is just the vibrations of life, and that life is consciousness. And consciousness and life cannot be drawn from each other. They're not distinct. But we have been taught to think of consciousness as being separate to the body. And this is why we have problems with our medical healing like systems. Because when we start recognizing, don't get me wrong, science isn't that far behind. They are playing catch up slowly. They've at least now recognized that there is a gut, a brain in the gut, right? Which the Taoists have known forever, right? The Taoists will tell you that each organ has got its own aspect of consciousness, right? And that the body is an interacting system of different consciousness elements that fit together to produce consciousness as we know it. But that's just that the particular tones of frequency are reflected in the body as different organs, but they're all just consciousness. So why do the Taoists see that the heart is related to joy and the spleen is related to organizing and thinking and planning or worry, or that the liver is related to not to sadness, to anger, and that the kidneys are related to fear, right? Like all of these connections, they're not random. And in fact, there's a medical form of medicine that is based upon understanding this fact that the body is an emanation of consciousness, and that each part of the body carries its own consciousness emanation because it comes from consciousness, so you can heal the body with consciousness. So this sort of brings us into like the really divine arts of spiritual healing. I mean, what would you guys think about this? Because we're going beyond animism here. We're going, Cosmic, you were talking about this, weren't you?
Yeah, there's also a lot of correlation and parallel with the works of Carlos Castaneda and the assemblage point. I'm going to present a share screen that has something about that on there, if I can manage. Here is it. Okay. What is it saying? Before presenting, remove the other media. Okay. All right. Yeah, so he had the shape of the the aura, so to speak, as the shape of an egg. But interestingly, he also had this thing that he called the assemblage point, which, according to his philosophy, connects us to the eagle's emanations, which come from the sun and through the center of the earth, and then through what's considered the eagle, which is from the heavens or the sky, and that's our connection, like the chi or the prana that comes through the assemblage point. And so, depending on like your development, your assemblage point can be in like various places. And so this is like a map of where the assemblage points end up lining up with serious conditions or issues that you might have. But I like that it really ties in with the toroidal field. You can see the toroidal field having a different shape than just that round funnel shape here. And it seems a little bit more accurate. The assemblage point is a very interesting theory, and I think it's, to me, it really makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, well, when I hear those words, it makes me think of that Saturn glyph.
Yeah. This one's hard to say about. The entry angle and its dominating effects. Yeah, I was always curious where he came around with this, but it seems to be very authentic, like something that you wouldn't have necessarily thought of, something that he might have channeled. Each emanation that we decide to intercept directs perception towards a result. And this happens at every moment. All the barriers that prevent us from silencing the internal dialogue are formed by intent of ordinary life. The practice of silence makes you a good stalker of the components of your perception, and that will allow you to direct your controlled and quick shifts. So they're basically saying that if we can overcome and silence the inner dialogue of the ordinary life and start to listen, we can start to receive and expand our awareness by altering our assemblage point. It's a pretty involved philosophy. I think it's like, surprised there's not more people are familiar with it. Now you can see where they have like mentions of kind of toxic emotional energies here, but I could also gather that there might be a way to also see the flip side of that as well and see where the positive sides map out as well. Zoom out of this a little bit.
Yeah, I mean that's very interesting, because this is really like, I think these are visionary experiences that one has, and one literally sees the aura, right?
Yeah.
And one sees these like the cosmic toric field, and notices that there's this flow happening through the body and the toric field of the body. So this is why when mystics write about it and speak about it, this is what they say. But Google AI has a slightly different take.
Yeah. Exactly. So they say that your assemblage point is your sacred power point. Best position inside the chest, close to the root of the fourth human chakra, in front of the fifth thoracic vertebrae, and fourth, under the region of the trachea. So I guess some people that are able to see this are able to really see beyond the veil and understand that not only do we have an aura, but there's a point with which the physical manifestations of our body and its projections also connect to a deeper aspect of the cosmos. So there's a really deep philosophy involved with that, and could probably inspire a lot of other philosophies to consider these ideas. As we develop more understanding of the energetic bodies, we don't really have instrumentation right now to look at the energy bodies as much as we do at the physical components. So once we start to develop more tools and instruments to see these things, we'll have to work on that, but we're going to develop more insights to be able to see how they appear and how they operate. But one thing that people have been doing is that you can use tuning forks to test people's energies and their fields. But if they could kind of give a reading of like electrical readings and then map out the field, they could visualize the field in a way we could see. So I think that's something that some people are gradually kind of working on. They've got some kind of tuning forks that have digital reads now, and they're working on furthering this stuff so we can get a better glimpse. But these things can become visible if you're in a deep trance. If you practice going into deep states, you can attain this by personal experience without having instruments.
Yeah, brother. Beautiful, beautiful pictures as well. And I love that it's so, it's so conch-like.
Yeah.
It's such a idea of this conch, really.
Yeah.
And that there's this really intense sound that you get. Now here's like where Carlos Castaneda is also, like, in my opinion, like tapping into something, because it's sound. When you listen to silence, you notice that there is sound within silence, and silence has its own sound, and you start to listen to the sound of silence because you can actually hear silence. It's a very interesting concept. And when you're listening to the sound of silence, then you start to hear the vibrations of consciousness. You start noticing that these consciousness is a series of vibrations. And so there's no distinction between the consciousness, the vibrations, and what we think we're experiencing in the world. And the more we listen to silence, the more we become aware of this link, until it just becomes so redundant that like you can't think about them as being separate, because they are one and the same thing. Like to consider, like consciousness outside of the body. Like so what is this when we're becoming aware of out of the body experiences? Well, from my perspective, out of the body experience is just when we dial our radio antennae, like Einstein carefully put it, to a slightly different frequency. And we're aware of the different field of consciousness. So part of this matter is a part of the field of consciousness. We can dial down and see that this matter is just one, and then it's like looking at that conch. You can go around the spiral and go deeper and deeper and deeper into the conch. And the deeper you get into the conch, I'm guessing the more intense the vibrations will become, because of the way that sound operates. It must all be compressing into that point in there. And it's very interesting when you listen to a conch, because obviously you can hear the sea, right? Mm-hmm. And what that is the inner ear. So it's interesting, isn't it interesting that the inner ear recreates the sound of the sea when the acoustic field is just right? And that conch is that just right acoustic field that you need for the ear to give the feedback loop of the inner ear, so the inner ear can hear the sound of the ocean. And
amazing.
Yeah. And this is what we're talking about. When you listen to silence, you start to become aware that there's a sound in the head.
Yeah.
And that what we think is consciousness is vibration, sound. And it's running through our awareness. And our awareness is obviously like where? That's our awareness. We wear our awareness like a body. And then we perceive that body as being distinct from the awareness of which it is made. However, we do not forget about where the body is, because we are wearing the body and it's an instrument of awareness, an emanation of awareness. So we start to identify with exactly where that body is so we can wear it more effectively. And so even when we talk about the facilities of consciousness, like awareness, right? It's talking about space, right? And when we talk about perceive, so what is perceive? Well, you know what a sieve is. A sieve makes things smaller, right? So when you allow the awareness to go through a sieve so that you see the small bits of the awareness, then you start to focus in on that tiny little bit of the awareness field, and it becomes perception. Same as a torchlight. You know, when you focus that beam of the torchlight, it becomes a narrow focused beam as opposed to a broad shedding light everywhere kind of beam. And so the perception and to perceive and to be aware are really about quantum events. So even when we talk about perception, we're talking about quantum events. Awareness, we're talking about quantum events. With awareness, we're talking about the microcosm. With perception, we're talking about the macrocosm. But we experience the macrocosm microcosmically. And we experience the microcosm macrocosmically. Like, what a head trip. It's all back to front, inside out, laying on its side. And this is essentially what we're talking about. So here we get to see what Saturn's number 8 is really all about, right? What does the number 8 represent in Saturn, right? The 8 of Saturn represents exactly what I was just illustrating now. That juxtapositioning between the awareness of the microcosm and the perception of the macrocosm. Because we perceive the macrocosm and we're aware of the microcosm. Does that make sense? And so emotions is something we're aware of. But thoughts are something we perceive. And so thoughts are related to objects. We can perceive thoughts, we can perceive objects. And emotion, the motion of energy, we can be aware of the motion of energy, but we can only perceive the form that energy takes. And the qualities that form reflects at us, to see the astral, the qualities, rather than the formative. So in the Kabbalah, and this is something interesting that you mentioned, Cosmic. Are you with us, brother, or are you on that sandwich?
I'm back.
Okay, you're back. Good to know. I thought you left us hanging. I was like, he's Cosmic. Yeah. But you mentioned the fourth body. Yeah?
Yeah, I did.
So what does that fourth body represent?
You know, in a lot of ways, when I'm thinking about these bodies, they're like the 4 pillars of the soul, right? So it's like each body, think of it like a point on like a square in the corners, and then the center, those things all point out. That is what I would say is the true self. Because I'm thinking about these bodies and thinking, I had an interesting idea that, well, I'll see what you guys think about this, but I was thinking that, like, we have, when it comes to the whole debate on free will, you know, I've been kind of struggling back and forth thinking about, you know, there's people who say there's free will, and then there's people who say there's no free will. And I kind of think that maybe like a more middle of the road approach is better here, where you start to see, you know, partial free will, right? And I was thinking that perhaps, like, maybe for what men is like their free will exists in the etheric body, and then their astral body is guided by the divine feminine, sort of like the mother kind of speaking into the ear. Whereas for women, their will exists in their astral body, and their sort of etheric body is sort of guided by the divine masculine. That's how the Fae kind of structure it. And so in a way, it's like we have 4 bodies, but we essentially have control over 2 of them, like which is your main physical body, and then whatever thing is sort of attached to your soul. And there's a kind of relationship between you and the divine. That's what that 4th circle is essentially about. It's the part of you that sort of is convergent with the divine. So if you think of it, I think of it as kind of like the umbilical sort of body that sort of like connects you to that, the Zarfex or the universe or whatever. And because and that part of you is the part of you that doesn't have free will. Because you think about your thoughts and you think about what's going on like in your mind and your imagination, you start to realize you don't have complete control over what goes on in your inner landscape. Certainly you can like, dictate certain ideas like, oh, I want to imagine a dinosaur, I want to imagine a supermodel in the pool with me, et cetera, et cetera. But sometimes, like if you're having a bad day, sometimes you can't control what's going on in your imagination. Like maybe you had a difficult run-in with your boss or, a significant other, and they're constantly in your mind. Or you have a song in your head that you don't want in your head that you don't like. And sometimes a thought gets stuck in your head and it won't go away, even if you want it to go away. And so I started to think, well, if I'm in total control, wouldn't I just be able to make all the bad thoughts I want go away and just keep all the good thoughts and just leave perfectly? And that's not how reality seems to work. That's not how consciousness seems to work. But it seems to me that like you have partial control over it. So I think of it like, like a ship, like one of those old, ships from like back in like the ancient times where you got like all the people rowing the oars in the back. It's like you don't control the people moving the oars, but you can control the direction in which the boat steers. You can turn it left or right. So I think that what that 4th body essentially represents is the part of you that intersects with everything else, if that makes any sense.
Yes, it does make rather a lot of sense. And, here we see this beautiful representation here. And we see the figure 8, right? I love the way this is done, this picture. But we also see, when we're looking at this figure 8, that there's also an element of so we've got the emotional nature here, hypothetically, right? And we've got the mental, logical nature here. Call it the Ida, call it the Pingala, right? Or call it the Ba of the ancient Egyptians. And call it the Ka of the ancient Egyptians. The Ba and the Ka. The Kaaba, yeah? And Mer means, what does Mer mean? Mer means the sea. So the ocean, the Mer, and the Ka-Ba. The Ka and the Ba that are joined together in the ocean. Mer, Ka-Ba. Right? When we realize that Phoenician comes from ancient Egyptian, we've got to pay attention when we hear ancient Egyptian concepts. The words they used are important because the basis of the land of Chem's language is the Sumerian language, is the Phoenician language, is the Paleo-Hebrew, is the Old Greek, is all of these languages that we are speaking, that English is an emanation of, is really coming from that language, that root language. So we got the Merkaba here, and we've got the cube. And so we can also see this in this image, there's this central pivot, which seems to be where this is emanating from, right? So here we've got the causal body. And the causal body goes from life to life to life. Now it's in this life. And another time it's rooted into that life. And then it's rooted in this life. But it's here now. Then here we see one more thing. We see a disk. I don't know if you guys can see it well. This disk is a galaxy. So it's like a spiraling galaxy, like a plane a plane of existence. Now we get like where the word of this plane of existence comes from, because it's a plane. So we can literally in that image see the plane of existence. And that, I would say, is the fourth element that you're talking about. The plane of existence. Now, it's very interesting when you look at it, because Brahma represents 4 directions, right? And Brahma is related to different chakra, but one of the profound chakras that Brahma is related to is the Muladhara chakra, which is the Brahma looking in 4 directions. And that matter, we like to think of matter as being so far away from spirit, but the irony of it is the matter is the reflection of spirit. In fact, matter is spirit. It's just that we have conceptualized it to be something that it is not. And so we're living in this Maya, this dream that we've associated with spirit, and we've given it this form that seems to be so, finite. But actually, it's a reflection of something that's truly infinite. And so there's this very interesting relation here. So in the Kabbalah, we speak about having Atzilut, which is the causal body. That's the part of the soul that jumps from life to life. Then we talk about having the Bria, and this relates to the emotional plane of consciousness. And those emotional, the Ida plane of consciousness, the astral field, very abstract. And then we have the Yetzirah, and the Yetzirah is what they call the formative plane of the formative spheres. And this relates to the rational, logical, the logos, and, that coherent thinking that we rely on, that little inner narrative in our heads. And so we've got these 3. This is the 3 planes of the shaman. They think of the Atzilut as being the spiritual plane, the spiritual dream time. And then there's the middle world of dream time, which is the Bria, the emotional, causal, touching, that which is between the causal and the etheric. And then there is the underworld, and the underworld is the etheric. And this is where the distinctions are drawn. And there's this patterning. And that all 3 of these planes are coming together in dream time. So actually, what you have is a causal field. And the causal field is reflecting itself back in the physical field. That's all there really is. It's yang and yin. The Tao. But in order for the Tao to reflect itself in matter, it needs to have the potential for the movement that's being expressed. And that potential then becomes an expression of this 8 dynamism of yang yin that we see here, the 8. And so the 8 then captures that balance and distinctively expresses the fixed nature of movement. The 8 orbitals. So you've got the P, the O, and the 8 orbitals. These 3 orbitals in matter. No coincidence that we've observed this, right? No coincidence that we're looking at these very interesting emanations. And so the 8 orbital is the most complex, right? The most dense matter, Saturn, and etheric. And that etheric is an expression of the astral, because they are like working together. You can't have the one without the other. The emotion, the energy that powers what we experience as thoughts are emotion. And the character that we're observing in emotion is thought. So really there is just a causal field where emotion and thought are one thing. But there can be no distinction in that. And so the distinction that we're experiencing as being separate from conscious and unconscious. And I loved what you said about unconscious earlier, Cosmic. It makes so much sense. Yeah. Like what we're not conscious of is just what we're not conscious of, but it's still conscious of us. And this is where the whole entities thing comes in, right? Like you might not be conscious of what's unconscious, but unconscious is very much conscious of you. It's got its own consciousness, and you're either allowing yourself to experience it, or you're pushing it away and blocking it off. And so this etheric consciousness that we experience tends to want to dominate. The Saturnian element, matter, tends to want to dominate everything. And so it wants to push all the emotions away. And this is what we experience, you know. We see that the emotions can get in the way of our rational pursuits. So without realizing that the emotion is the wind that moves the sail of logic, and that logic could not move without the sail being pushed by emotion, and that you wouldn't even see emotion moving if you didn't see the sail moving, to notice the logic being pushed by emotion. And so they really are one thing. So there really is just a causal field and an emanation of reality. But we perceive this causal field as an emanation of reality by recognizing the potential. And so the duality is born. And so this is why duality is a fundamental facet of reality. And people want to come up with these non-dualist, philosophies. It's all good and well, because on a fundamental level, that's true. But on an actual level, it will never be true. Because the whole point of actual, means that in order to act, there has to be a potential to produce the electromagnetic discharge required to fulfill action. And so that potential has to be there between 2 points, so that the electrical energy can move a wheel, as it were. The wheel of time can turn. So those three bodies are then bound in the physical body. And in the Kabbalah, we see the same thing. We see that the physical guf, like if you look at it, where did I have that tree of life? Let's see if we can find the tree of life. There we go. Let's get back to this. Now, I don't know if we can see this very well, but let me know if you guys can't see it, but you can go and find it if you can't see it. You notice this is the guf, the physical body. And if you look closely at the physical body, it's very different to all the other spheres, is that it's got a cross in it. It's got Saturn's cross in it. And you see here, there's a shadow of yellow reflecting this in there. And here there's a shadow of russet reflecting this in here. And here there's a facet of olive green reflecting this green in here, right? And here there's a facet of black, which is its own substance that is able to bind the three fundamental principles. So each of these represents these three planes of existence, right? So we've got this fundamental astral field here, right, represented by Netzach. Then we've got the etheric field represented by Hod, Saturn, often. Sometimes in modern times they're related to Mercury, because 5, why? Because 5 is at the center of the Saturn square. So there's a special relationship between Mercury and Saturn. Hence, very often we will see Mercury taking the role of the number 8, but it's actually Saturn's place. But these are subtle, it depends on perspective. What are you looking at in the tree of life? And you've got to take a model that you're looking at it with. And you'll see a similar relationship with Mars, interestingly enough, you know? So, and here, when we're looking at 9, as I was saying, with Mars and the moon, very interesting relationship there. And so we see often the moon is related here. So you can see that this Malkut, which represents Atzilut, sorry, excuse me, that represents the cohesive potential of Atzilut, Bria, and Yetzirah in Asaya coming together, represents holding within that all 3 planes. And so this is that crossover point that you're talking about, this matter that we're all trying to escape from, this root chakra that we all want to get out of to go up into the cosmic chakras. This is where the work gets done. This is where we can affect the spiritual in its most profound ways. That's why the rituals we do in the physical plane reprograms our causal body. Karma, karmic things that we reprogram into our causal body, karmic elements that are going to carry with us from life to life to life. And we can do that here in matter. This matter is such an incredible emanation of all of the consciousness that when we start realizing that this matter is consciousness, it all just falls into place. How's that for a different way of looking at the same idea? Does that tally with you, Cosmic, with that 4th body?
What about it?
Well, the idea that is reflected here in matter.
Yeah. I think that matter is kind of what connects us to that 4th body. It's like the kind of the way I look at it. It's like the organic kind of represents the sort of the side A of consciousness of the universe, and matter is the sort of the side B of consciousness, and sort of that our connection to matter, that 4th body, is the part of us that is within that side B consciousness that I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've noticed that, like, when you look at matter with different eyes, like on psychedelic mushrooms, for example, things tend to be more breathing and kind of like have like kind of like a vibration to them. And I feel like a similar thing can happen with your vision when you start to see things, knowing that all things vibrate. Understand the hermetic principle of vibration, that all matter is a vibration. I feel like we can start to see past the idea that things are a wall, that you can't go through matter, that it's solid. And I think people have been able to experience walking through walls. It's been seen that individuals that worked with Lynn Cassidy, who they made the movie Men Who Stare at Goats, have seen that individuals have actually been able to walk through a wall by breaking down the idea, the precept that we can't walk through matter because it's solid. They were able to transcend that limitation and go through it. And I feel like when we can really believe that in our core beliefs, different things can happen. Levitation, we've seen people able to levitate in the East. We've seen people be able to move things with their mind. I've seen some monks be able to create electric spark by connecting the different chakras together to be able to make an electrical output. There's a lot more to our capacity than we've been led to believe. And so if you look into the people that have gone further and expanded their minds and their capacities, it's hard to believe for some people, but we all have this capacity. And it's been said by some that people that don't think they have any capacity at all are usually the best pupils, because some people that think they can do it all are a little bit overconfident sometimes, and they're not really grounded and down to reality as much sometimes. So that's some of the feedback that we've gotten from people in the CIA that work with remote viewers and stuff like that.
You know, when it comes to matter, it's not so much that we can't walk through it or we can't manipulate it because it's solid. I think the reason we can't manipulate it is because it has a will of its own. It has its own life force, its own will, its own desire to sort of be in its state of mind. And I think ironically, because, you know, mind matter interaction is so difficult, is in a weird way, panpsychism kind of actually kind of like points to this sort of idea that the reason that we can't move matter easily with our minds is because matter is actively resisting our minds. It's like you think about a table and it's like, hey, table, I want to telepathically move you. And you're kind of like, why is this table not moving? But it's really because it's like the table is like, I don't want to move. I want to stay right here, buddy. I'm a table. I'm made of matter, and this is what I do. I'm pulled by gravity, and you can't mess with me. And you look at it more from that perspective, and then you can kind of start to see, oh, well, this is why, you know, we can't, you know, matter is not as easy to move, or things, we can't really mess with, you know, stuff or the physical world as much, as because it actually has its own will, its own need to sort of exist and, you know, desire. And that's kind of like what I've been figuring out with like with all this Zarfek stuff. And depending upon where you are, what dimension you are in, determines how sentient the matter is, until it gets to a certain point where it's no longer matter and it's just like a completely different Zerfax, because the consciousness is so thick and so saturated, the matter just kind of melts away. But we're kind of in a dimensional part where consciousness is very cold. And because this is what they call a black void plane, Zarfex plane or whatever that they call, and that matter is essentially a vibration condensed and crystallized into solid form. But that, in the sense, it's kind of like if you take clay and you put that clay into a mold, you can give that clay a specific shape. And I think that's kind of what the physical world is. It's like a plaster mold for the soul. So the soul, because of the astral form, because it is all abstract and it's just a bunch of like goopy colors. But with matter, it allows those colors to take on a shape and a form and turn into something. So I think when it comes to, you know, dealing with matter and how to, you know, work with it and possibly change it, I think it ultimately, you have to kind of understand that in a way, matter needs to be kind of unmalleable, because there has to be a certain structure that maintains the universe, its form. Because if everybody could just manipulate things with their mind, I think reality would probably just disintegrate in like 5 minutes, because everybody would be changing things and teleporting and manifesting things and moving things around. And so there's like a sort of that kind of collective mind space is like, no, we got this planet Earth here. We got to maintain its form. We can't turn the thing into a giant water park. I know that's what you want, but, you know, it had this planet has its own life form and its own life force, and it has its own will. And maybe it doesn't necessarily want to be transformed. So really learning to kind of work with nature and understanding its intents and desires, and learning to kind of negotiate with it, I think is a more interesting path of doing magic, and understanding that. Because I'm kind of getting to a point in a lot of ways where you're starting to realize there's certain limitations, but in a way, knowing those if you don't know the limitations, you don't know the benchmark of what you're supposed to transcend.
That's fascinating. I feel like in a similar way, like when you go out into nature and you want to grab some herbs or some natural plant or vegetable, whatever it may be, the proper way of the natives to do that would be to go to the grandmother plant and ask first, may I take this herb? And, you know, I don't know if people here know, but I feel like you could interpret a sign if you were to ask that question, something were to happen that was unexpected and something that might be detrimental. Maybe, for example, it would be an omen that the sign is no there. Whereas I feel like a lot of people consider that just asking the question may be enough sometimes. But I feel like if you were to treat non-living objects the same way, there might be some merit to how much you can do and how much can happen if you were to treat it with more respect and treat it as a spirit. Kind of like the Shinto people treat everything as having their own spirit, and they call it a kami. You could treat everything as having a spirit and see what difference that might have. And in a similar sense, when we're interacting with animals, they can sense your intentions. So when you feel like you have nothing but good intentions for a dog, but it seems to have an issue with you, you might have some underlying emotional suppressed energy there that's going to affect the world around you. that you could work on. And so I think that an animal could cue you into that. But once you've been able to work on yourself and then you have that inner calmness and that animals feel comfortable around you, then you could probably go further by trying to open up a portal into the cosmos or something, what have you, if you're trying to do something of that sort. So calming your inner energy is a big step, and then acknowledging the outer energy with respect can be another big step to practicing rituals in your world. And it was mentioned by Howard in the comments that the more we practice our rituals, the bigger becomes the river of correspondence in the astral field. What do you guys think about that?
I would say that that makes perfect sense because it has a lot to do with momentum. And it's like that with everything, though, isn't it? The more you walk, the better you get at walking, right?
Yeah.
The more you sing, the better you get at singing. Because everything in life is a habit, and it's about overcoming inertia. And so the more we overcome inertia, the better we become at overcoming inertia in whatever field of inertic correspondence we're dealing at that particular point in time. Whether it's press ups or whether it's like how long you do a podcast for, right? Like we've just gotten used to doing 4-hour podcasts, right? In fact, like Cosmic, how long have we gone on podcasts for? We've done like 6-7 hour podcasts. You know, we used to do it even longer.
It's long.
And to most people, that's like an unheard of thing. Like, how the hell you do a podcast for 6 hours? And, you know, to us, it's just like, oh, well, 4 hours. Don't you find the 4 hours go by really quickly?
When the conversation's good, yeah, definitely.
And, you know, it's just interesting. Like, most people don't have 4-hour long conversations. So by us doing the round table, we're creating more potential, aren't we? To converse. We're getting better at conversing. Because, yeah,
Go on.
yeah.
I had a thought, but it slipped away.
Grab it quickly. Get it by the tail and ask it nicely to come back. Well, I mean, let me know if it jumps back in. I think it might. What we were talking about. Yes, like just how when you're doing it for longer, you get better and better at it. Yeah. And how we've become more used to doing longer podcasts. And I think it's the same kind of thing. Because it's called entrainment, isn't it? I noticed this phenomena when I was in India. And I was in a place where it was like 28 degrees. And I'm chilling. It's beautiful weather, right? And I noticed that, like, you know, these people were rocking up and they were wearing jackets. I was like, what the hell is wrong with these people wearing jackets? Like 28 degrees. Take off your clothes. And then it occurred to me, no. These were Rajasthani travelers. So where they've come from now, it's 48 degrees, 50 degrees, 54 degrees. Because they were used to the 54 degrees, when they came to 28 degrees, their bodies were literally getting cold.
Damn.
And it's the same. Like if you go from the Himalayas, where it's like 16 degrees, and you go down to a winter in Rajasthan, hypothetically, it's becoming winter. And, you know, you walk around with hardly any clothes on and you're warm, and everybody else is like, they're cold. So it's how it works. It works both ways. And I did that a lot because I found it fascinating. Like I used to enjoy to do interesting sweat lodges, right? Mm-hmm. Like the Bush Whisperer Sweat Lodge is where you go and live in the hottest place on earth, in the desert, for 3 months. That's a sweat lodge. It's 57 degrees in the shade. You're just sweating all the time. You get a little bit of relief in the middle of the night. At midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, it's like 32 degrees, 33 degrees, right? 34 degrees, maybe. Wow, what a pleasure. So cool and fresh, 34 degrees. But then the next day comes and you're back into the sweat lodge, and it just goes on and on and on and on and on. And it takes a lot of tempering. So I did sweat lodges, and then I did ice packing. I go and spend like winters in the Himalayas and get snowed in where there's no central heating or anything or fire or anything, and you're cold.
No fire?
Hey?
No fire? Do you just have a lot of clothes and blankets and sleeping bags?
Yeah. But you hack it. But it's like good for you. It's good for you to experience the extremes of heat and the extremes of cold. Because I think it teaches you, like, it shows you how much of life is a habit and how much is entrainment. And I think what you were talking about, Cosmic, with magic, I think we're talking about entrainment. What you were talking about. You're not dominating the elements, but getting a relationship with the elements and entraining them. The way that I don't dominate my dog. I made a relationship with my dog and I trained my dog. Now my dog listens when I talk. But there was a relationship and I had to work with him, and I had to have lots of jerky and it was like hard work. But, like what I used to do with my dog. Okay, so this is a head trip. Any of you that are dog trainers, check this out. You got to be prepared to make sacrifices if you want to train your dog. So you wake up in the like crazy hours and you do a bit of dog training. It's hard work as hell to get out of bed at 3 o'clock in the morning to train your dog. The poor dog's like, what the hell? We getting up now? Oh, well, I suppose if you're doing it, I'll do it with you. What the hell? And then you do a little bit of dog training and then you put them back in bed and you go back to bed. And it's like, bloody hell, I've got to get out of bed and do dog training. But that way, the more often you're doing it, they do that with us in the military, don't they? Basic training, There's a reason why they do that, because it's the way that rhythm works in entrainment. So like with meditation, if you want to take your meditation to the next level, there will come a point where you will decide to wake up at midnight and forego some sleep so that you can meditate at midnight. So that you can go to sleep and then wake up and meditate more, go back to sleep, wake up and meditate more, so that you why should you go for a whole 3-4 hours without meditating? What the hell's with that? Break up your sleep so you get to meditate during your sleep. So, I mean, that's sacrifice. But if you do that, the entrainment principle works with you. And so then nature, this consciousness that you're talking about, this etheric double of the world, you build a relationship with it. And it sees, wow, you're making sacrifices. Okay, I'll make sacrifices because you're making sacrifices. And now we see that magic and religion around sacrifices, this is why sacrifice is so important. Because if I make sacrifice, the etheric is going to copy me. If I'm selfish and I just want everything my way, it's just going to be, the world is going to be selfish and wants everything its own way. If I'm selfless and making sacrifices, the world will become selfless and make sacrifices. It'll be more easy to influence the world, but less of a reason to desire to do so because of the selflessness. Can you see the conundrum with that? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's quite a spin going back and forth between selflessness and selfishness and on the polar extremes. But when you can have that sacred union, after having experienced the heat and the cold, or the selfishness and the selflessness, and then you can unify and integrate the beneficial aspects of those two, that's where the magic really happens. You really have to experience both, I feel like. And but you can gain a lot of mastery from experiencing like further degrees of one than others. But there'll be like somewhat of a missing component there, because the complementary aspect is really profound, more so than just one or the other. Now, when it comes to selfishness and selflessness, we have people being a doormat if they're too selfless, just being a pushover, doing everything that everybody else wants. And then they wait and they think to themselves, wait, what about me? I never really got what I want. When do I get my chance? And they really forgot to establish that voice. Like, this is my voice of what I wish. They never really had it. So it's just kind of start off really soft, but it's never too late to start to become more balanced. And it's good to notice those missing components or well-roundedness sometimes, and to be able to feed into those to make us more complete. But when it comes to selfishness, you have people, there's different levels of this. Some people think that it's, the worst level would be like narcissism and psychopathy and sociopathy. But there's other aspects of selfishness where people might be, not really trying to be pushing others away, but they will, because like a sense of self-preservation, self-conservation. You can do it all on your own. You try maybe not to be a burden on others, but in a lot of ways, you're not willing to ask for help sometimes, or help others as much and share what you've gathered. So, there's elements of selfishness that are somewhat innocent and naive, and other aspects of selfishness were more cruel and intentional.
I think it's really interesting to bring in this idea of selfishness and selflessness, because I think that defines the astral and the etheric, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the etheric is very much about selfish, right? I'm separate from you. This is separate from that. Everything is separate. Everything is delineated. It's locational. This piece of property is separate to that piece of property. This is my property. There's a wall and a gate there. It's mine, right?
Yeah.
Where the emotional plane isn't like that, right? The emotional plane is more of we share this emotion. In fact, there's a very selfless element to feeling. Because when you're feeling, you don't know what you're you don't know, like you walk down the road. And for those of you that are like, training yourselves, you probably notice this a lot. You'll walk down the road into a space and you'll suddenly get a feeling in your heart, a contraction in your heart. And you'll suddenly feel like anxiety and worry and stress. And you'll be like, what the hell? Am I trying to get like anxious or worried or stressed? And some part of you just wants to like laugh your tits off. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, okay, maybe I should do it. What should I be worried about? Damn. Should I be worried that I don't have something to be anxious about or to worry about? And you'll be sitting there trying to figure this out, and then you'll see right there next to you, there's someone, and you can see their face, and they're worried, and they're stressed, and they're anxious, and you go, suddenly you feel, shame. You feel, maybe I'm picking up something from you. Anyway, you go away. You don't think anything of it. Suddenly you feel happy. You feel joyful. You feel like you should laugh. But what should I laugh at? Why am I? And you look over and you see there's someone smiling at you. Right? And you'll notice that there's this interplay with emotion that's very selfless. It's not my emotion. It's not yours. It's the vibe. Right? Like you pick up this vibe from someone. But the vibe that you pick up from someone, it's sort of you and them bouncing off each other, and it's not like them or you. So the whole idea of the astral is that it's selfless. And the whole idea of the etheric is that it's selfish. Because it wants an answer. It wants a finite outcome. It wants to quantify everything. Namaste, elephant tusks. I hope you're good. Welcome back, Bernadine. Hope you're rocking. And there was somebody else, Zephyr. Namaste, Zephyr. Hope you're good. Hope everybody's thriving and happy and joyful, and enjoying our conversation. And defragmentation of the self is the Nephilim agenda. That's an interesting point to bring in, you know, the defragmentation of the self, and that I think is becoming so locked into the etheric that we lose touch with our feelings. Isn't it interesting? And I think this is a really important point of conversation. How emotion has been given such a bad rap. How it's weak to be emotional. How it's not cool to express emotion. How the arts, which is like the emotional vocations, have been like really pushed down. We were told, don't do the arts, do maths, do science. Those are all, you know, logos, logical based disciplines. And music has gone down the tubes. Art is going down the tubes. It's becoming an AI profession, really. Soon, like, artists will all be AI, which is like a little, well, not all, but, you know, there'll be a lot more AI artists than human artists, unfortunately. And so we'll have to really be tuning our eyes in and our ears in to find the real thing. But I put that with you guys. What are your thoughts, you know, in the way that emotion has been portrayed in the world we're living in as being something that's not cool?
Yeah.
Well, because the thing with emotion is that emotion often taps us into our vulnerable side. And I think that the powers that be, they don't like vulnerability, you know, and they're kind of afraid. There's certain people that are afraid of that vulnerability when you express it emotionally, because then they see that vulnerability themselves, and then they want to like cast it out and try to, put a cloth over it and say, nah, get rid of this, you know?
Yeah, I think emotions have been demonized as part of the programming of the genders, to demonize men from being sad and demonize women from being angry. And men are pushed into anger, and women are pushed into passive aggression, I would say. So it's kind of a thing where we don't really get to see the good side of emotion. We hear about love, but like a lot of people talk about how it's not understandable or definable. It's very challenging to define love as emotion, because it kind of encapsulates a lot of other emotions, if not all of them. But I think it's about sentiment, and I feel like the positive emotions have been less focused upon, just like creativity has been less focused upon than understanding and reasoning in education. So when we go into school, there's more of a push towards you did really great on the math and stuff, and it's like, oh, this is art class. If you did bad, we're going to give you an A anyways. So there's really no push to like feel like it should be more of a focus or more of a need to get better. But a lot of people will take that into their own hands and their pastime, and some people will go into the art as a career. But it's become something that's on the wayside. It's something that's few and far between.
Welcome, dear Stein. I hope you were not waiting there for long. We've got so many tabs open here that I suddenly noticed, hey, what's that down there? There's something moving. And I like scrolled down under the screen. I was like, hey, there's Stein. I hope he wasn't waiting for long. For those of you that don't know Stein, Stein is a podcaster. You can find his channel, Stein Forks, and the Greyhorn podcasts. You can find it in my recommended podcasts. As you can find Indy's podcast as well. All of our podcasts are there, actually, and the people that have been on the round table, really. So yeah, he's a great podcaster. He's a jarl of a family or of a tribe of pagans, and he's a pagan through and through. He lives the pagan life. He walks the walk and talks the talk and does the pagan deeds. And he's a great researcher, done a lot of homework, obviously a magician, because paganism and magic are not so far apart. They're like one and the same thing, really. And yeah, it's an honor to have you, dear brother. How are you doing? And thank you for joining us. Big love.
Yeah, well, thanks as always for having me. I have a free night, a free evening, so I thought I jump on. I do that too little, I gotta say. But I mean, life gets in the way of fun sometimes, unfortunately. Happy solstice, by the way, everyone.
Thank you.
Happy summer solstice. I'll definitely be
man.
doing a ritual with the wife later today, and I'm going to a solstice festival tomorrow. So I'm gonna enjoy this solstice for sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I just came off my my own live stream, of course, with Zeralath, the rune readings. That's why, why Howard was so enthusiastic. It's like, hey, long time no see. It's been like what, 30 minutes? Uh, but yeah, no, good to be here.
Were you
Wasn't
sitting there
waiting
for
long.
30 minutes?
I mean, I see Howard often in the chat when I'm doing the live stream with Zeralath. So yeah, that's why I said like, oh, it's only been 30 minutes, like from one show to to the next. Did a 2-hour stream today because I mean, also Firefay was dealing with a lot, and she needed some answers, needed some clarification, and Sarlath is a very proficient reader, very proficient magician in his own right, and yeah, he definitely gave some clarification on the matter. Definitely, managed to get her some answers, which helps me too, being her husband and all. So yeah, and I already heard some good stuff here. I mean, when isn't there awesome stuff being talked on here? So yeah, happy to join for sure.
So glad to have you. I'm kind of interested in what kind of runes you guys covered today. If you could maybe give us a little brief overview, potentially.
Oh, we that's a good one. A lot on it's a lot of personal stuff that people get into, and the thing is, the beautiful thing is, Zeralath does these readings blind, so he's not asking like, what is your problem, and then he starts reading. It's just like, these are your cards. This is what I'm getting. This is what I'm picking up.
All right.
How does this resonate with you? And his readings are so incredibly accurate. It's really cool. Like for blind readings, he's always spot on. It was a lot of one thing that comes up a lot, and it's funny that like you mentioned he kind of mentioned it already, is communication, like a communication aspect or a thing of yourself that you are keeping hidden, or that you are not happy with, and yeah, communication, it is something, well, as you said, that us men are also like not supposed to be doing, really, because the women talk and the men just are. But yeah, no, we did a lot, and Firefay, her thing is, it's very personal to her, because she found out just today that her sister, her soul sister, pagan sister, that she passed away 7 months ago to the day, and she only found out today. Yeah. So she's having a difficult time with that, because she's not able to connect to her soul for some reason, and with them being so close, and like being soul sisters, being each other's equal opposites, really, she has a hard time with it, of course. And I mean, it kind of sucks, but now she understands me better as well, with me losing my brother 3 years ago. That's something I wish that we didn't have in common. Yet here we are. So she wanted some. She asked some clarification, like what am I supposed to do? What can she do from her side of the veil? And the reading that Zarlath did definitely gave her some answers, gave her some insights, and now it's up to me as her husband to guide her, to support her in that. I knew Charity, her sister. I knew her as well. Bright soul, but very troubled.
Hey, are any of the runes in particular associated with communication? I don't seem to have that in my notes. Like 91.
Not in particular, I believe.
I know, like, Kanaz is fire, like knowledge. It could be involved with like communicating or acquiring the knowledge. And then there's
there's a lot about it, of course. I'm kind of. There's nothing like really about communication or
like,
but
Hagalaz, is that how you pronounce it? I'm probably totally butchering.
yeah, Haglas.
The air is like associated with like communication.
I'd say probably more
Air.
Ansus, which is wisdom.
Yeah.
I think that would
think,
come
Wisdom.
closest.
Like exchange wisdom. They say having wisdom and not sharing it is ignorance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and having wisdom and not sharing it, like that's unwise. The wise thing to do is, if you have wisdom, to share that wisdom, of course. Gabo is gift or talent. Also, not unimportant. As a matter of fact, that's what someone he goes by Oculus Veritatem, but he made it for me. It's always on my was on my microphone. It's like a tooth with the Gabo rune carved into it. Because he feels like I have a talent for multiple things. It requires talent and perseverance to run a tribe. It requires talent and perseverance to like do the podcast and do the whole channel, and a lot of passion, of course, as well. Hagelas is havoc. Hagelas is chaos.
Yeah.
You could say that it's like a consequence of not communicating,
Right.
of not understanding each other, that can create chaos.
Hagalaz represent the life egg. Maybe in the chaos.
It can definitely represent
chaos.
It can represent life, because it was from chaos, from Ginunga Gap, the coming together of the realms of Muspelheim and Niflheim, that the world came into being, which was, of course, this huge chaotic event, because they they came together, crashed into each other, formed something new, which is incredibly chaotic, of course, but from that chaos, order came eventually. I even lately was going over an interview, going a little deeper into into Thursatru, that Odin by slaying the Ymir, the ice giant, primordial giants. He created, like, that was chaos. He literally slains the very first being, but he turned that chaos into order by creating the world from his body. So
Yeah.
Odin was a very powerful chaos magician.
Right. It kind of reminds me of the capturing of Fenrir in the Gleipnir and Baldur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The binding of Fenrir, which was to prevent chaos. Really, he did that in an effort to prevent Ragnarok from happening. It's just the sad thing is, by doing that, he caused Ragnarok to happen. Because if he hadn't done that, then Fenrir wouldn't have this. He wouldn't have this vendetta towards Odin, because it was by binding him and tricking him. Also, let's not forget, it was by tricking Fenrir that he was able to bind them. If he'd never done that, then Fenrir wouldn't have that vendetta. As soon as he broke free, he wouldn't have gone after Odin. That would have never been necessary. So it is unfortunately that he had a premonition, and by trying to prevent that premonition from happening, he made it happen. The worst kind of self-fulfilling prophecy, if you will.
That's not good. Wow, I didn't know the long story of that. So thanks for.
Yeah, no, for sure. I've been going a little more into Thursa through left hand path paganism, deals with chaos magic a lot, and Fenrir being one of Loki's children, and Loki also being very much the embodiment of chaos and the embodiment of the trickster archetype. He is he's a child of a chaos being, so therefore he is also chaos, causes chaos.
The giants being chaos beings, his mother.
Yeah, no, I mean the giants cause chaos wherever they go. Luckily, Thor has a passion for smashing heads with his hammer. It's like smash heads first and ask questions later. Like, it's a giant. What's he got? Doesn't even matter. Just smash. Gone giant. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Is that the same giants as ice giants or different
giants? Yeah. I mean, they're from a different realm as the ordinary giants, if you will. But yeah, they're definitely of the giant kind, if you will.
Yeah, that's very interesting. The whole story of the left hand path and the right hand path, and it's very interesting because we look at the same idea in the world. So we speak about being the political left and the political right. Yeah. And so the political right is, my right is my etheric. It's very logical. Yeah. My left is my astral. It's very emotional. It's very chaotic. Emotions are chaotic. You can't contain emotions in the way that you can contain thoughts. Emotions move through containers, but thoughts become containers. Thoughts are containers that contain emotion. But the moment the thought releases what's contained within, it becomes chaotic. So it's like very interesting, that in the Vedic tradition, we talk about Tantra being the left-hand path, as opposed to yoga being the right-hand path, as it were. And it gets such a bad rap. It's like there's no beatbox, the rhythm's bad, there's hardly any poetry when they talk about it, right? And this is something I think which we were sort of touching on earlier about how unpopular emotion is. Yeah. And it's being made that way. And so the left-hand path is something that is associated with evil, which I find quite interesting. Like, but is it really? I mean, can the right-hand path be as evil as the left-hand path?
I think in
This is an
certain
interesting
circumstances, yes, absolutely.
I mean, how many atrocities have been committed under the guise of doing good? You know, how
Go to
many?
hell's pay for good intentions.
Exactly.
Doing what's
And-
logical instead
Yeah,
of just
but
being
what's-
chaotic.
What's logical doesn't, like, it's not always the right thing to do. That's kind of the thing that I joke about with Firefay often. Like, she's the emotional one, I'm the logical one. So when she's way up high in her emotions, I'm able to to stay logical and stay firm and stay grounded, and as she does with me, really. Like, when I'm being too logical, too clinical, she's like, okay, babe, but like, try and actually feel something instead of just over rationalizing it, because that's my tendency.
Yeah, that this is it. And it was somebody that mentioned it. Was it you, Howard? I can't remember who mentioned it, about the Nephilim's goal to disassociate us in this way. And I think it has a lot to do with disconnecting us from our feelings, because something a good friend of mine said, Tyler McLeod of the McLeod clan, I used to call him, a school friend, and his name was Tyler, and he was of the McLeod clan. I did enjoy what was that, Highlander. So he was my mate, so I called him Tyler McLeod of the McLeod clan. And something he said to me one day, it just blew my mind and it stuck with me. He said to me, we were having a conversation about like some of the like things a woman do. We were just trying to figure it out, like, bloody hell. Us logical guys, these women did this. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what they were thinking. And he said to me, Franklin, women don't need a reason. And I stopped and I thought about it. And it's like, they don't need a reason. I actually thought about what he was saying. I thought, they don't need reason. They don't need a logical reason to do things. They'll just do it because it feels right. There's that chaotic element within a woman that is feeling based. And men become very powerful when they allow themselves to get in tune with that chaos. We become very powerful because we've got like, it's like we used to have one tool, now we got two tools. Like we can do twice as much things. We got a tool we didn't know we had. Like, there's this tool. You mean you don't have to use a hammer for everything? No. You use this thing. It makes that job much easier. So we're suddenly so much better at like living and organizing ourselves because of that empathy tool. But this is an interesting perspective, And once again, I see this as relating to qualities of the etheric and the astral, where the etheric is very logical. It wants you to be masculine. It's like a shivling, and the astral is like a cup. It's like a chalice. It just wants to hold, and it doesn't mind overflowing. It's all good, and that yoni form of the astral. So when we look at like a shivling worship, it's like there'll be a shiva, a shivling, and there'll be a yoni around it, and they'll pour whatever they're sacrificing over the shivling so that it goes down into the yoni, and then from the yoni it will flow. There'll be like a flow point from the yoni, which will represent the cleansing, and that sort of represents the menstrual cycle as well, cleansing out the womb so that new life can come, like to prepare the space for the next cycle. So there's something very powerful here when we talk about chaos and the menstrual cycle, and how the menstrual cycle is related to the hormones, and how the hormones are related to the pituitary gland, and the pituitary gland to the ida and the body lines of force that we were talking about here. And obviously the ida is this one. If you can see it, I hope you guys can. There. So when we're talking about the ida, we're talking about this side. And it's the descending force of consciousness. And it's feminine and it's chaotic. And it's what we touch when we are evocational. When we evoke, which is feminine magic. Evocation in Western English terms is the term for feminine magic. And invocation is the term for masculine. I mean, think about it. What does the penis do? It enters, right? It invokes. It goes inside and goes, "Oh, I'm here to evoke." and and the feminine one is like, it evokes, right? It's like, okay, you've had your fun now get out. Oh yeah, keep the change as a baby, so the invocation and evocation are really what we're talking about here. And I think like evocation has got such a bad thing, and I've noticed that, like, for example, writing songs. When I write songs, I'm an evocationalist. I don't sit and logically. I've done it a few times. I've done a few songs like that. It's okay. It's fun in its own way. It seems like a lot of work. You gotta like figure out these words, and you gotta get the words right. You gotta remember the words. You gotta play them like this with that music. Isn't it easy to just go like, screw it, throw the book out the window and just see what happens, Which is a very feminine thing to do. So I think like that creative potential thrives in evocation, and they don't want us to be creative thinkers. So, this whole, the archons, the left-hand path, are the giants ruling this world? There's a thought.
I think about creativity. It kind of occurs to me that, you talk about kind of the feminine women not needing a reason and just kind of doing things on impulse and feelings, and then men doing things based on logic and reason, having a plan. It seems that all creativity is a fusion of these two forces. It is a kind of a sexual masculine and feminine energies kind of mixing together, because like I think in order to be a good artist, one, you have to have the mental capacity to structure a story in a certain specific way, but you can't just be purely logical. Otherwise, it's going to be dry and boring, and it's not going to be life. Likewise, you need to be able to evoke certain feelings and certain emotions that you channel into that logical framework of the art you created to make it unique and memorable and have an actual impact. But if you're just emotion and you're just, abstract craziness, then it's just going to be abstract and incomprehensible to people, and people will just be scratching their heads in confusion. So really, it's like both of these sort of these masculine, astral, and etheric forces are kind of necessary father and mother kind of creative parent roles that allow us to, create, art and instruction, whatever. And I think it's also kind of interesting that like a lot of creative types tend to have a high libido, and I think that maybe that's the reason why.
Absolutely. I have that beautiful sacred union integration of the two, and you have that coincidentia oppositorium, if I'm getting that right, and those two beautiful aspects of the different poles come together and make that magic happen, like I said before. When we see those two things fusing together in harmony.
Yeah, that is so well put, and it's interesting. Like when you think of evocation, the girl's on top of the guy.
Yeah.
And when you think of invocation, the guy's on top of the girl.
Ah.
and both ways work. I mean, let's face it, right? Variety is the spice of life. You know, there's a reason why the house is full of furniture, for example. You know, it's not just there to look good. So you can get creative. And when it comes to looking at how things work energetically, I think there's a very interesting perspective there to do with sex. You know, sex magic, and the coming together of the man and the woman, and how that is really what we're talking about here, which is why in the occult, especially in the left-hand path, right? Tantra, sex is a bigger part of it, right? Like in the same with Norse tradition, like there's no squeamishness. Sex is a part of spirituality, right?
Sorry, I'm on the I'm also on the phone with the wife. But I heard North tradition. So what's up? What was the question? Sorry.
Squeamishness about sexual tantric stuff or self-healing.
Like the Norse
No.
tradition, there's no squeamishness. Sex is part of spirituality, and it should be part of a ritual.
Yeah, it can be. I don't know if any. Well, I mean, like you could even say that the berserker, the Ulfhednar, who drapes himself in really nothing but bearskin or wolf skin, or sometimes goes into battle like quite literally, completely in the nude. You could say there is a sexual element to that. We have the yeah, I know. Baby, we're on the Norse now. And there's of course the both Frigg and Freya, who are goddesses of beauty, goddesses of love, but at the same time, they are ferocious goddesses as well. I mean, Frigga, she is the wife of Odin, and I mean, if Odin is like the OG chaos magician, if he is the chaos magician, supreme, imagine how strong you have to be to love him and to be his wife. Freya from the Vanir, the head of the Vanir tribe of the gods, in command of her Valkyries, who claim the fallen from the battlefield. And I have said this many times, and I'll say it over and over again. Freya actually has first pick over Odin, so it is the feminine energy that has first pick over the slain and the fallen warriors, over the very chaotic masculine energy. At the same time, Freya is also this incredibly beautiful goddess that is, wanted and desired by everyone. Her chariot is pulled by two Norwegian forest cats. It was a common ritual for couples who started living together to gift them a kitten in honor of Freya, in honor of their love. A tradition that I feel we should start doing again. So, sorry, come again, babe?
That's good. I like
The
that.
husband who would present the wife with a kitten, or the husband's family would present the wife's family with a kitten to symbolize it.
Yeah, that's
what I hold.
that's what I said. Like, a kitten to to honor their love, to honor the the connection of Freya, the connection to Freya, because it is thanks to Freya, of course, that the love between man and woman exists. So sexuality, there was a lot of, you can see it symbolically in a lot of things, and they didn't shy away from it. It's not like the Christian church that only when you're married and only missionary. It was whatever you like, but definitely monogamous. That's something that is also I freaking blame Hollywood for that. But mistresses and stuff. Yeah, like if you were high up in politics, or like the king or a large landowner or whatever, probably it's still the case today, of course. But the rule basically was monogamy, and respect the woman. She was the one who takes care of the house, who takes care of the household, takes care of the kids, takes care of the man. Like, she takes care of him so that he may take care of her. It was very,
You basically went back home to her.
yeah. Whenever he went out Viking, whenever he went out to raid, he'd always come back home to her. And in the meantime, she had to keep the household running. She had to keep the house in order. She had to feed the farm animals. She had to feed the kids, of course. Fight off anyone who's like, hey, your husband's not here. How about we? He doesn't have to find out. He's all the way there raiding. Something that, of course, still happens today. But there was a lot of, love and respect. And
initiate a divorce if she felt like it was needing to be done.
yeah, that is true. That's also a thing. Divorce was, like, a woman could divorce her man. Like, she was the one who had to initiate the divorce. In a way, well, let's say Viking women, pagan women, had more rights than women do nowadays, even.
I think that's across the board in history. They've lied to us about history. And there's another thing, like when you look at the Norse language, and I didn't really realize this, but you got the same linguistic rules happening there as what you do with all the other languages. So like the same, like you can see for, Paleo Hebrew, in Phoenician, like the B and the V are interchangeable, and the P and the F can be interchangeable. Certain circumstances, vowel pending, there's this. So when you think of the word Freya, I'm hearing you saying the word prayer. Prayer.
Oh yeah.
And obviously Freya relates to what we know as Venus, right? The planet Venus, love and beauty and harmony. And but Venus isn't always gentle. She can be like chaotic. And so, I think like something of Freya worship has become a part of our Christian worship. Because we speak about the morning star. Emmanuel is the morning star. He is, Venus. So we're praying.
Yeah.
Venus is a big part of prayer.
That's interesting, because that would also kind of mean that that Jesus is Freya. Jesus, son of the morning.
No, Mary Magdalene was Freya.
Lucifer, morning star.
Mary Magdalene was Freya.
Mary Magdalene, yeah, probably. I mean, she is the. Oh God, could like Jesus and Mary Magdalene in a way be kind of Odin and Freya, if you will? Like he was the masculine, she was the feminine.
But changed.
And Frigg was his mother.
Opposites.
Yeah. Oh, God,
like the male playing the female role, the female playing the main role.
Be more.
I mean, that's also what Odin did. He had to, and that's where the let's say the alphabet community loves to twist and turn it. In order to learn Seder, I know, baby. In order to learn Seder, which is a female type of magic, which as a man you're not supposed to practice. Like come on, you're a man. What the hell are you practicing feminine magic for? Like you're not one of those, are you? Um, but he had to, well, cross dress. Basically, he had to embody the female. He had to embody the female element in order to learn Seider, in order to learn female magic, which he learned from Freya. But that was all in his pursuit to, ultimate wisdom, ultimate knowledge, to well, become the All Father, become the greatest, the greatest wizards that there is. It paid off in the end, but it was definitely a matter of the ends justifies the means. I had to do some unspeakable things. I had to do some things that you may not agree with, or that back in those days were were not okay. Which is funny because that kind of changed with the Roman times, or with the Romans. Their idea of sexuality between the no, Odin didn't have two goats. Odin had two ravens and two wolves. It is Thor who has two goats. Because Thor is the goat, of course. But like in Roman times, their view on sexuality was really different, and it's funny, like especially sexuality between the same sexes. Like it was only taboo if you were the one receiving it. Like it was fine if you were the one giving it, if you were, the top, if you will, because that is, masculine. Like we're on top. It's only like it was only bad if you were the bottom, which is, I don't know, like so if you took on the feminine role, if you will, which I think is interesting because we might see there like kind of the beginning of let's say the downfall of the divine feminine, because being on bottom was seen as feminine, was seen as a bad thing.
That's what I think is the difference between the two creative acts. Because like Cosmic so well put forward earlier, creativity needs masculine and feminine. You can't create life without one or the other. You need a man inside a woman. Bottom line, right? But who's on top? Wow, that's open to interpretation, right?
Sure.
You can get a baby done either way. And so that I think is an interesting concept, because I think that feminine magic represents like Shiva, self-sacrifice and lying down and letting the woman, the divine feminine, do with you whatever it wants. Shamanism is really about that. It's like, get myself out of the way and let what happens through the body happen, and don't try and affect it too much. Allow this chaotic principle to work through me, and have faith that the ancestors are making the right decision, and this sort of is, I think, this feminine magic that we're talking about here is this evocative potential, where you're not trying to finger each detail into place. You just have a basic idea of what you've asking to like bring, and you allow a dance to come through the body to dance this into being. And that dance will be like a crazy dance, or a crazy rhythm, or a crazy chant that will put you into a trance. And in that trance, shit will just happen. And then it's happened and it's done, and it's like, okay, that's just happened. So as opposed to carefully willing each thing one by one, step by step to create a synchronized series of events. And both of them require the creative potential of masculine and feminine. But I think with Tantra, or with evocation, the feminine is on the outside, on the top. It's the first thing you see. and the masculine is underneath driving. And with the other one, you see the masculine first driving, but you'll notice underneath there's a feminine that's being driven. So it's an interesting concept, you know, and I think it has a lot to do with why did he have to lose his eye? Yeah,
It was.
it was the left eye. Am I right?
Yeah.
He chose to give it to the well.
It's the same way as Horus and the Egyptian.
Yeah, but what is the divine purpose behind this? You know,
He
his eyes
received,
had to become single.
received magical gifts.
So that he could
Yeah,
see
it was
the
he had to sacrifice his eye and throw it into the well of Mimir so that he could see the past, he could see the future, you know, that he could see all the things happening, all the things that are still to happen. And indeed, as the wife points out, he could also, I mean, that's really when he became all seeing. That's when he, you know, his, well, you could say his eye became the all-seeing eye, because he could also see through the realms. He could see what was happening all over the Yggdrasil, from the very bottom where the dragon was gnawing at its roots to the very top where the eagles were perched.
That's the same way within Egyptian pantheons as well, with Horus and Osiris.
Yeah, Horus and Osiris. It's the same. It's something that I wish to still wish to go a little deeper on my my own channel, because there are so many stories, so many myths of these powerful gods, you know, losing an eye or having to sacrifice an eye to you know, to gain something greater, to, you know, sharpen certain abilities or to gain certain abilities. That is also very much what you know, what us, well, European pagans, Germanic pagans, what we are taught is self-sacrifice. That the only way to, you know, gain something better is to sacrifice something from yourself, you know, something that you may not like, or you know, like it's kind of a very very brutal tit for tat, kind of a very brutal quid pro quo. You know, you have to give something to gain something, but you know that something that you will gain will be greater than the thing that you give. But it has to be worth it, and it has to be serious. Like that's why, you know, that's why Mimir, why he why he asked Odin to sacrifice his eye to be able to see. He had to go blind to be able to see.
That's another reason why the king was told to kill his brother.
There was a test. You know, it's sacrifice, as you know, as the wife points out, the story of Cain and Abel. You know, had to sacrifice his brother in order to you know,
Gain knowledge from God, and
To-
God stopped him and said that you don't have to do that.
it was an angel who stopped him, actually, but yeah, to like
But you know what I mean.
to
Still,
gain the ultimate grace of God, really.
Yeah,
I
there's
I
so
still,
many stories. But okay, honey, I gotta go. This is gonna be her.
yeah, this is like very interesting. Like when I'm looking at this eye story, like I'm thinking like what it represents, right? Because the left eye and the right eye, the left eye is the eye that is the moon, and the right eye is the sun. Correct? Indy, you take
believe
it. You. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the eyes of Ra and Horus.
So and Venus has got a similar thing going on with the eyes, you know. the day star Venus and the night star Venus, the right and left eyes. Like in different traditions, this is also relevant. So looking at these eyes, it's like having to sacrifice the feminine so that you can embrace the feminine. What a weird concept, right? Having to sacrifice the feminine aspect in order to become fully attuned to the feminine is sort of like an interesting concept, you know? It's sort of like the same idea of going into a sensory deprivation tank so that you can become more sensitive.
Yeah, they consider the left eye in Egyptian Commission to be associated with Thoth, the moon god. And then they have the right eye associated with Ra.
Yeah. I mean,
Also-
in different traditions, it would be Isis and Ra, but regardless, like
Yeah,
the
originally
magic is the
Ma.
left eye. Yeah.
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 So there's this sacrifice of the left eye, and then coming part and parcel with this has got to do with this new magical potential power that men weren't really channeling up until that point. It was almost like men discovered Tantra. It was like, yeah, men can do this too. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Thought just women did that. No, men can do it. You know, he opened the doorway. He said, come on, guys, you know, you guys can try it. And
like-
so after that, things changed, you know, ushered in a new era, a new age, where before maybe it wasn't heard of.
And speaking of doorways, aren't the eyes the doorway to the soul, if you will?
Yeah.
I mean, that's why you like in popular culture, or just anywhere, when someone changes, if you will, the first thing you see changing is their eyes, because it's it's an outward change, but it starts from within. It starts from the soul, from their very essence. And there's so much about the eyes. An eye for an eye, equal measure. Like
Eye and
speaking
eye
of,
vibrations.
and speaking of goddesses and their beauty. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
And then, of
And
course, eye.
yeah, exactly. The eye, how you view yourself. Who is who am I? I am that I am. We have the
Yeah,
all-seeing eye of God. Is it the all-seeing eye or the all-seeing eye?
that's exactly what it comes down to, I think. So there's a lot to unpack here with this. And I think maybe it was because maybe it's got to do with, on a metaphorical level, of being weaned. Like you said, a doorway into the soul.
Mhm.
So giving the feminine a doorway into the soul. Like, there, I'm going to give this symbolically and physically to this feminine. And now you've got a doorway into my soul. I can channel you. You know? Like, to me, like, evocation is possession, as opposed to different. Like when I've had to reach out for magic because my life was in danger, and this has happened from time to time, I get possessed. And in that possessed state, you can do all sorts of crazy things. You become like, you could probably pick up a car. Like, you can do things you can't normally do. You could push a car over. Like, you could do whatever you had to do. And in that possessed state, you feel so detached from your body. Like, it's all happening over there. I'm here and I'm like through a tunnel, and my body's like, it's doing all of this stuff. And I think that's like why we're so afraid of the feminine magic as men. because we want to possess our woman and we're afraid of being possessed. How's that as an interesting concept?
Oh. Yeah, he has an opinion about it too.
Dude, is that thing spring loaded? It keeps shooting up.
Yeah,
Like, I don't know why.
it is.
Mine's got a spring in it, but it there might be a screw on the side that if you screw it, it'll stay in place. Or don't you have that screw?
Yeah, I do. I may have to tinker with it a bit because this keeps happening whenever Timmy makes himself known, which is always when I'm at my desk. It's like, hi, I'm gonna join.
What mic are you rocking, by the way?
I don't know, Divine. It's an XLR mic. I'm quite. I am quite pleased with it.
Did you say it's a divine?
Yeah, but like a DEV, not DIV. But yeah, it is kind of
A divine.
divine. Yeah,
Cool. Because it sounds like it's got a good sound. This
It
mic
does.
annoys me. I might have to sell it and buy another one. There's nothing wrong with it. It's perfect. It's just that it's got the sensitive part is on the side of the mic.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that is not okay. Yeah.
If you
No, this is-
actually look, if I speak from there, it's not quite so clear. Am I right?
No, it's dampened.
Got to
definitely.
speak from the side.
There you go.
Oh, that is not.
Good thing.
That's not handy. No, I mean this one
I
is
didn't
just.
know that when I bought it.
I mean this is basic two-way.
Yeah.
You know, it picks up sound from here, picks up sound from here, and I'm quite pleased with it. XLR mic. I got it hooked up to a pre-Sonos audio box with which I can control the volume, control the mix. It's good. It's a decent mic, and I'm definitely sticking to this brand. It is a divine brand, if you will.
The divine mic. You got the people in the chat blowing it up here. It's a holy microphone.
And I bought it from an online store who unfortunately went out of business, which I'm quite sad about. They had such good stuff, and it was based out of the Netherlands or Germany. So it was, delivery like within a few days. The prices were always so good. I'm quite sad they went out of business because now I don't know where to get my stuff. Oh, and like speaking of, my headphones are also divine.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Getting back to the ideas of this concept of the feminine and the masculine, and there's two different forms of balance. There's two different kinds of dynamic harmony. The harmony of a woman is different to the harmony of a man. And when the man tries to become a woman, there's a certain disharmony. In the same way, when a woman tries to become a man, not that they can't partake of each other's essence. Like the woman can partake of the masculine essence and be very good at being masculine. And some women rock masculine well. Some men rock feminine well. It's when the woman tries to actually become a man, the man actually tries to become a woman. When it becomes confusing and complex. And, surgeons scratch their heads and they go, well, we cut this and sew this there and stick this on there and stick that on there. What do you mean you can't have an orgasm? Oh, well, I'm sorry. you know, and this is something that happens, you know. People go under the blade and they go like they can't have another orgasm in their life ever again. That's it, done. It's a big decision, man. Seriously, you should have thought that through. But I used to enjoy orgasms. Oh, well.
Yeah, well,
Now you're celibate.
now you're gonna have to enjoy the memory of it.
Yeah, so, you know, jokes aside, that's a reality, I think, in this forced sort of dichotomy between masculine and feminine. And I think that when we're looking at the etheric and the astral field, we completely need to consider it in terms of woman and man. And then we've got this generation principle. And the generation principle seems to be the physical body. And in the physical body, we find the astral and the etheric, the man and the woman within the physical body, which is interesting. I mean, who was it that was saying earlier? I think it was Cosmic as well. He was pointing out something about the polarity. So, like, if your body is physical, male, then what is your mind? If your mind and your body are operating together, your mind must be feminine. And if your thinking process is feminine, then your feeling process must be masculine. And if your feeling process is masculine, then your spiritual sensation process must be feminine. But if you're in a woman's body, your mind must be masculine. Your thinking process must be masculine. And then your feeling process must be feminine. So this is like, this is why I think men have issues with emotions, because we're trying to be masculine about emotion. And why women have no problem with emotion is because they're trying to be feminine with emotion, which works. But sometimes when it comes to logic, women can be struggling to be so logical because they're being feminine about being logical. Where men, because they're being masculine about being logical. Where the masculine body, logic we think of as being masculine, but it's actually feminine if you think about it. Like, it's as a masculine force drives logic, but what is being driven? The woman. Right? So if the masculine force is driving something, it's driving the woman, right? And if the masculine force is driving the woman, then that body of logic is a feminine body. In the same way, the emotional body is actually a masculine body, which is why it drives better in a woman. And men feel like they're being rear-ended by feelings. It's a heavy metaphor. Again, it's a heavy metaphor, like, whoa, we got to wrap your thoughts. But as an idea, maybe this is one of the reasons why men often struggle more with emotion, and women tend to very often be better at it. No, it's not a rule, because I'm pretty good with emotions. But, you know, some men are. Some men are multi-class. Some women are multi-class. Some women are very good at, like my girlfriend's really good at organizing crap. You know? So some women are very like logical and so that works well, like for some people. But like more often than not, I just say, like, a lot of men seem to be deficient. What are your thoughts?
Well, Schopenhauer once said that as soon as one speaks something into the world, it becomes untrue. And it said that silence is golden, speech is silver. So I feel like the creative aspect of the feminine is associated with silence and the ability to like maintain the mystery of things, whereas the man wants to kind of crack down on that mystery and like make it into like one thing. But as soon as you point out one aspect, people are already going to have like a reason to say, like, what about this? What about that? Because everything has infinite expansion in its meaningfulness and in its presence, and in its it has infinite worth, its value, everything. So I feel like when we try to encage things in some kind of a definition and try to. And for men, we compartmentalize our thoughts, so it's easier for us to try to do this. But for women, they don't want to trample things by trying to narrow things down so much a lot of times, because it will narrow down their ability to have like an emotional connection with like all other things. They won't want to close their mind to other stuff necessarily, because they have a more deeper mind. Usually women have more of tighter wrinkles in their brains, and their thoughts are more interconnected with different parts of the brain. So for men, when we don't really have that going on so much, although we can have a larger brain sometimes, men usually will really have thoughts that are compartmentalized into areas that are going to be, usually if you're using your rational mind, it's going to dampen your emotional mind. So if we've been overly focused on our ability to sound smart or be able to know things and use our knowledge without being able to tap into our feelings, it can become really hard to start to learn how to become more aware of our feelings. It's good to have those both in tune.
150%. I think, and it's interesting when you mention the woman having the more folds in the brain,
Yeah.
because you could equate that to having more brain surface area.
Exactly. Yeah.
You could equate that to like intelligence. And I often think like as men we're like more simplistic.
Yeah.
You know, it's very easy. We know what we want. It's there.
Yeah.
You take off your clothes. Like the man brain, you know, like we know what we want. We have a one-track mind.
Yeah,
Whatever
one
it is
plus
we're
one
doing, it's a
equals two.
one-track mind.
Yeah.
Which is why we tend to be better at sports and stuff, because it's just like, I'm going to train now, this, I'm going to do this. Forget everything else. Nothing else exists, just this. And women tend to have like the ability to keep track of loads of crap at once.
And they're
They'll be
very
having a
analytical.
conversation with you, but they're actually thinking about something else.
Which is why they'll bring up stuff from like 5 years ago, you know, like, remember what you said like that day on that date? And it's like, no, well, I'm still pissed about it. Okay.
Well, they go through like different stages in their cycles. So like maybe they have state dependent memory of like certain feelings, like when they get into a certain place, reminds them of another time, and they're just like spot on those things, because we're just in kind of a flat state like all the time, and they go through all these different ups and downs.
Well, yeah. Oh, that is,
A little bit of an insight on.
that's true as well. And
Yeah.
I was just thinking, like, with the whole like silence and speech thing and whatever, like, could that also be like when, you know, talking about you know, like heightened emotions with anger, for example, when this is in my experience at least, when a woman is like really, really fucking angry with you, she gives you the silent treatment. She doesn't say anything. You know, she'll just, like, you know, she is incredibly mad at you, but she doesn't say anything, which is scary as fuck. When men are, you know, when we are up in our emotions, we get, you know, we get loud, we get vocal, you know, we yell, we scream, and the same thing with pleasure. You know, it's the woman who is able to, I say, like, enjoy it in silence more. Like, for example, you're like at a movie theater or at a concert, like, who do you hear the most? Who do you hear the loudest? It's the men. The women are there just to enjoy themselves, but it's the men who get rowdy, who get worked up, you know? So there's that, but somehow it works. I don't know. And it's, I think, you know, especially with the silent treatment, like, there is so much, she says so much by being silent, but it's purely like she is how do I put this? Like, she's just showing you her emotion. Like, it's just emotion. No words, no physical acts, just feelings and emotions. It's like, I don't know. A picture says more than 1,000 words, and when a woman is silent, she says more than any of the words that she really wants to say.
Yeah, I think it's not absolute. I feel like the women are pretty quiet up until the climax, and then they really start to noise, but or not. But the men are just kind of groaning the whole time and stuff, shaking up the house. So, but that's interesting though, that there's kind of a dichotomy there on like the amount of like noise and the nature of it involved in that, and the association with our anger and stuff and our expression of emotions too, because that's like another big thing. Usually women can usually calm us down when we're angry, and that kind of goes away. We don't really mention it again, whereas like it's kind of really different when they get upset. We have to figure it out. It's like, what, she won't necessarily come out and say exactly what it is.
Yeah.
So unless you get some that are different, some women are more direct. Sometimes it's unusual, but you got those folks out there that are more integrated. So my girlfriend's kind of like that. But I think women like to talk dirty in bed, or they like to be talked to dirty in bed more than men. Like, have the urge to. I don't know, but I could be wrong about that. But they either like to hear it or they like to.
Yeah, and I think intuition also makes a good point. Women are louder in the bedroom. I mean, that is
more talkative,
like more talkative. Yeah, for sure. It's I don't know. It's something. Maybe that's why like smut is so incredibly popular with the women as well. Less shame of being vocal. Yeah. I mean, depends. During concerts, I guess it depends on what concerts you go to. Like, if it's some some boy band or whatever, I mean, like, the crowd is like 99% female anyway. But let's just say the concerts that I go to, which is more like metal, rock. I mean, not even rock, just metal and everything, even louder, very masculine, very chaotic kind of music, if you will. It's it's a lot of dudes just Slayer. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's both, but yeah, I do see why you'd say that, like, women are less. What is it? Have less shame of being vocal. Yeah, maybe that's why why they're always so loud, like with the boy bands, and that's that heightened emotion as well that just has to come out. I don't know. It's a little of both.
Yeah, I feel like part of it, the act is like being like there in the moment and not really like thinking about anything. So I feel like having to like think about stuff and speak and talk for men is like not as appealing, because we're just really just so focused on like, this is it, but women like want that little extra.
Yeah, and maybe that's also like the thing, because women, they, as as Shaman said, like, they think about a million and one things at once. Like, all the things, all the emotions. It's like, he said that, but does he actually mean that? Or, does he mean it like that? I mean, he kind of said it like that. And us men, it's just like, well, this is that, and done. That's why women are like from what I see, like often so surprised how us men are with each other. Like we really don't need language. Like when you see someone on the street, like it's literally like two types of head nods. It's the up, which is like really what's up, or if it's someone that's kind of looking at you funny, it's like what do you want from me, and the nod down, which is like acknowledgement, like what's up. We don't need that. That's all we need. That's all the communication we need, and we know exactly what's up. We know exactly what the other person is thinking or feeling, like really by what direction their chin is going, if you will.
That's interesting. I like that.
Yeah, it is very interesting. Like we do it unconsciously. We don't even know we're doing it.
Yeah.
And I've often been just very like level. And people then people freak out. They're like, they don't know where they stand with you. Like, do something with your head. My head's fine, thank you. Thank you very much. My head's good where it is. So maybe that's a feminine element there, like being in tune with like the emotional field. Because like I'm reading other things, and I'm like sometimes operating on other levels, which is really interesting, But at the same time, I think that this is like that harmony between the Ida and the Pingala, or the astral and the feminine, or the Ba and the Ka channels coming together. And when they come together, there's this powerful polarity that becomes compressed and condensed. The Kundalini, the power starts to push into a spiritual domain, a spiritual region. And I think that that's like really why we fall in love, because we're looking for that feminine host space, right, within us. And when we're with a woman, we can just let that be, in a way. And women are looking for that safe grounding feeling, that they're not going to spin off out, and they can just relax and feel that masculine pulling me down to matter and just be okay with it. And men want that sort of, that pulling you up into a chaotic space and being okay with being in a bit chaotic. And so that's sort of what is love then. Then love is obviously this movement towards the opposite, right? It's an interesting concept. Like we fall in love with someone that's got the exact opposite qualities of ourselves. It's like a mirror. And so it comes back to that same, what was it? This image. Comes back to this. It's interesting to like apply a concept of Saturn to love. But there it is, They got that opposite space. The negative space of me fills the positive space of you, and the positive space of you fills the negative space of me. And when that happens, then you're falling in love. And the reason you're falling in love, and everybody goes, oh, you mustn't fall in love, you must rise in love. Well, the whole point is allowing yourself to feel comfortable in that vulnerable space. Like they do this exercise where you're falling and people catch you?
Yeah.
Team building exercise. It's about being vulnerable and feeling safe while being vulnerable. I think that's like the whole point of love.
Yeah. So could you say that as a man that you're kind in a partner, are you kind of looking for the feminine side of yourself, like kind of the female side of yourself, so that she might help you understand it, express it, and that a woman is looking for that in a man, so that she may understand her her masculine side a little better, so that she might express her masculine side a little better. And that is how you complete each other, and how you complete yourself. like it is so often that, you know, through your partner and through being with your partner, you get to know like so much about yourself as well. So by, you know, being with her, you're, or him or whatever, you know, you're completing her, but also yourself, because she is looking for that masculine, you're kind of looking for that feminine, and because she's getting to know the masculine, she's getting to know herself more, so she's completing her, she is completing herself more, and through the feminine, you as a man are getting to know yourself more, therefore completing yourself more.
Yeah, like Carl Jung would say that we project our anima, our like inner feminine aspect that's kind of like in the shadow, onto like the women that we like want to date, and then, like we try to like see if they'll fulfill like this kind of expectation we have that we of our projection that we're trying to push onto them, see if they fill that role, and if they do, we'll take them on because they're like kind of an aspect of ourselves. They're like a mirror aspect of our feminine aspect of ourselves. And so when they stop to reflect that kind of aspect and fill that role, then we may start to like lose interest in them and distance ourselves because we're like learning more about like who they really are. So then when we become older, we learn to like start to actually like step back, and instead of projecting first before like really getting to know somebody, we learn to like really try to get to know somebody first before see if they can fulfill that role. But that's why like it can take longer in life to really start to live. Like Carl Jung said, we don't really start to live until we're 40.
So could that be like the 7-year itch, if you will, that then you have, you know, you're kind of done seeing yourself in them, and you're starting to see them for who they are, because I mean,
That
apparently
like,
7 years.
and like if you're both going to change a little bit over time, and like if they show a little bit of growth towards like the way you're going, then you should be also showing a little growth towards the way they're going. But if you're not really drawn towards that, it's because you're not really understanding them as a person. It's because you're understanding them as an aspect of yourself that you're losing connection.
Yeah.
So there's
Yes,
that.
it's very interesting. Like we talk about the anima and the animus, because a man's unconscious is an animus, a woman's unconscious is an anima. So inside me there's a woman, but the outside of me is a man, and it's the opposite for a woman. And so, like, this is what I was talking about with the polarities earlier when I was talking about the etheric body being these like links in a chain. That figure of 8, the caduceus wand expresses it quite well. Let me grab. Come on, grab a caduceus. Get a caduceus on the cards. Caduceus. And you can see it so beautifully with this image of caduceus. If we see the proper one here, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Done. Perfect. So there is your typical. Oh, hold on. Is the Wikipedia one's going to be better? Oh, 1,200. Oh, much better. Much better. If we're going to do it large. Only way to do it. So I think this sort of tells the story so beautifully. We can see it here. And so here we go. Here we see these links here. So there's 1, 2, 3. Right? There's 3 circles within the caduceus traditionally. And these 3 circles represents, so the base is the root of the spine, and the root of the spine is the body. And so we're in the body here. And then from the body we go to the etheric, which is our logos, logical mind. And then from the etheric we go into the emotional consciousness. And from the emotional consciousness we go into the causal consciousness, what is called the arc in ancient Egyptian body, or the Atzilut in Kabbalistic cosmology, or the divine plane, the divine dream in shamanic law. And this then reaches out and touches into the infinite with these twin serpents, which is, that total infinite potential, which is elsewhere, that manifests here. And so the extreme potential's there. So if beneath this circle, you could say the physical body is masculine, then the mind must be feminine. And if the mind is feminine, then what is beyond it must be masculine. And if what's masculine, it's like we are wired in series, if that makes sense. And that's why when we look at it from that perspective, when we see it, we're looking from the body, the man's body is masculine. His first thing that he's going to notice is going to be animus. He's female. And the woman, the first thing that she's going to notice is going to be anima. But then, here's a very interesting point. And this brings us back to this 7-year cycle trip, right? So it takes 7 years for that sphere to be fully formed and mirrored back from a man. So you get to know her mind in the first 7 years, but the 7 years that follows, you get to know her emotions or feelings more. So that 7-year point is the crossover point where the etheric and the astral are touching, which is why, like a 7-year-old child, no, you're not doing it. Please go into bed. I'll come give you a hug and a kiss just now. It's late, my boy. I'll come there in a few minutes. And he wanted to come and walk into the camera, and I'm like, no. His mother does chaos. I don't hear the end of the drama. My gosh. You see what I'm talking about?
I do.
Doesn't need a reason. Just flip out, because apparently there's pedos everywhere. They're like, now they're gunning for my kid. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Because I'm like they must come and try. You see, man. They must come and try and see what happens. Like, we'll show them exactly. But that 7 years notion is like a child takes 7 years to develop their etheric body properly. And this is why they say that at 7 years old, a child is able to make rational decisions. And then the next 7 years old, they take to develop their emotional body between the ages of 7 and 14. And when they reach that point, puberty. Right? Then the next 7 years, they take to develop their imprint, their true self, their spiritual identity. So that by 21, they're complete beings. And so these 3 cycles of 7 are quite sort of important for the development. And the emotional point is at age 14, right? Because that's when a girl starts getting her periods. That's when you start falling in love. It's when your heart gets broken. Think about it. You're 14, you start getting a crush on a girl. You start having sex. Well, maybe, hopefully, maybe we're 18. But, you know, you've got to check who's listening in on this conversation. But, you know, like 14 is where there's this huge going into the chaotic thing. And between 14 and 21 is complete and utter chaos, right? Then you reach 21. And now you expected to take that chaos and harmonize it with the first 7 years of your life. Put them together, right? The logical behavioral patterns that you learn between 7 and being born are then going to be applied to the chaos that you've experienced, because between 7 and 14 you've got to become emotionally active, because up until then children don't relate in terms of their own emotions. I mean, they react emotionally to circumstances, but having their own emotional field, by that time, between 7 and 14, they start to develop their emotional identity. This is who I am emotionally. So it's interesting, I think in a relationship you have that dynamic where the first field is the mental field, structured. I know her mind. I know her rationally. Then the next 7 years, you get to really know like the deeper her. You know? And that's, I think, the point where a lot of relationships break is 10 years. Because that's where the mother load. The mother load of the emotional you. Like, this is the real you. Like, holy crap, I had no idea. Like, and people get freaked out. They get afraid at that point, which is probably why... And so it's important to get through the whole 21-year cycle, because obviously that's how long it takes to breed a proper kid. So, like, you know, by then the children can go off and cause their own shenanigans in the world, basically. So it's like, so yeah, you know, it's to me it seems like there's this interesting interplay going on here in our relationships, reflecting this astral and etheric proportions, and everything seems to be coded to these divine proportions and seems to adhere to these principles and allow these principles to become amalgamated in the processes, whether we're looking at the development of childhood as Rudolf Steiner did, or whether we're looking at the dynamics between relationships as it is a child. And you can take that model of a child and apply it to everything. You can apply it to your career. The first 7 years of your career, you are this. You are learning, like still. Then between 7 and 14, you're going out and you're becoming chaotic and you're making mistakes and you're breaking into new paradigms. Then once you've been doing your career for 14 years, between 14 and 21 years, now you're becoming a master, whatever your career is. And then you get to that 21 years of doing what you've been doing, and now you are like 100%, you've reached a complete level of mastery of what you're doing, whatever that is, whether you're an accountant or a, martial arts, right? 21 years of training in martial arts, like if you're doing it right, that's when you become a master.
21 years.
The first 7 years, you're getting your black belts and maybe going into your second showdown or whatever. You know what I mean? You're developing in the first 7 years. Between 7 and 14 is where the heavy lifting is happening. Now you're really progressing. You get to 14, and then 14 to 21 years of training is that slow process towards becoming like really. You get to 21 years of training, and something like light bulbs are going on, like bing.
Interesting.
So that
Fascinating.
yeah.
It's interesting the progression of the 7 years from 7 to 14 to 21. I noticed that if you look at the progression as like a pattern of numbers where we go from 7, the first 7 years are the programming, and then another 6 years after that puts you at 13 when puberty would begin, and then another 5 years after that would be 18 when your independence begins. And 4 years after that would be you start to gain like independence, stability. And then 3 years after that, you become 25, you start to gain mastery. Because like everybody knows, when you hire 18-year-old, they're inexperienced. They're like kind of book smart from being educated. When you hire someone who's 25, they've had a few years under their belt. Like 22 is like somewhere in the middle. Some people like stay later in education nowadays, so you can educate and graduate at 21 from college or something.
That's a good one. Like I remember being 18. I thought I knew it all. Turns out I had no clue. Well, I mean, yeah, I want to be that cocky 18-year-old again sometime. No, but that's a good one. Like it's within those 7 years, there are a lot of a lot of different things as well. Like here in the Netherlands, for example, 16 is also a very very big age for used to be, at least, not really anymore, because it was until some years ago that like at 16 you could start buying alcohol, like wine or beer, like the low percentage alcohol. From 18, like you can start to learn to drive a car. What I like, now that I think of it, what I don't agree with is voting from 18 years old. Like being, I guess, at least partially in charge of your nation's and your people's future. At 18, I had no idea what I was doing. I was just living la vida loca. I probably I just broke up with my girlfriend back then, and I saw that all the other girls were interested in me too. So I was like, hey, come on. I was too busy thinking with my small brain to think with my big brain. As are a lot of 18-year-old dudes, really. Like we're all chasing that, we're all chasing tail. So even here in the Netherlands, like at 18 years old, you can start a political party, like an actual political party at 18 years old. What the hell does an 18-year-old know of politics? Let alone, making or altering or voting on laws that have to have a impact on you, on the nation, on the people, on your whole entire country. At 18, I mean, I don't know. I think that's way too early. In the US, even weirder, because like the drinking age is at 21, which I mean, I can kind of see that, but then you're allowed to like go in the army at 18. So you can be a highly skilled, very well paid, government trained assassin, but do not drink a beer. No, or smoke. No. Here's a rifle. I'll take that beer. What?
It is bizarre. And you can drive a car at 16.
Yeah.
Like legally drive a car with children in the back.
Wow.
Just this huge.
You can have a car full of
engine.
children and you can be driving when you're 16 and it's legal. You got a license.
You should have.
To me, that's like insane. Like I'm like, give the kids some booze for God's sake, but to take the car away, like.
I would rather have my kids, having a drink every now and then at 16 than them driving a car at 16. I mean, come on, it's
driving a car, yeah, but not being fully responsible on your own. Like maybe you're allowed to drive with a parent or with somebody around who's licensed and they can keep an eye on you. Yeah, sure. Because like there's so much that can go wrong driving a car.
Oh yeah.
Like this is so much. We're having a couple of drinks. There's not that much that's going to go wrong. Okay, you might get a girl pregnant. What do you mean you forgot to wrap it? Damn, I'm sorry. I was a bit tipsy. I forgot. But, that's one issue compared to you've ended other people's lives. But here's an interesting idea, speaking about young. And the enneagram system that everybody touts, right? Which is that Oscar Icazo. Would you believe that when he birthed that enneagram system, he was 22?
Huh.
Before or during the beginning of his 23rd year, he was being interviewed. Yeah? Icazo, what's his name? Oscar Icazo. Yeah. He was being interviewed and he had students join him between the ages of 23 and 29, where he did research, where he had groups of students all over the country that were joining him. South America, is it? I forget the name of which country it was. It's not Bolivia. It's is it Chile? Was it Chile?
Possibly. I
No, it
think so.
wasn't Chile.
Chilean. Yeah.
I think it was Chile, something like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, there's an interesting concept. You talk about children voting. That system, which was developed in the 50s and the 60s, has become like a world sensation. And I did a cool little piece of research that I shared on my Telegram group about just exactly the funding for Facebook and the funding for Google. And, once again, who came up with Facebook? A kid. He was in university. What was he, 19, 20 years old? Was he 21? This guy came up with Facebook. Okay, but there were adults behind him feeding him money. And who knows what else. So I think that young children or young people can be used by others with an agenda when they're young, because they like you say, when we're young, we're not that aware. It just makes me wonder, because there seems to be so much confusion around the Oscar. The Causal, nobody knows where the money came from to set up his foundation. Don't you find that strange? It's wrapped up in mystery. Like, how did that enneagram become so famous and well known that it's on every bookshelf? Well, nobody knows where the money came from, because it's a secret. Which to me is I find that I find it strange that there are so many books written about every aspect of the guy's life, right? And every aspect of the work that he was doing, but there's nothing that can find anything about the money other than to say that it's wrapped up in mystery, which in itself is a little bit strange. So anyway, we've clanked over the 4-hour mark. It's been an absolute honor, guys. I gotta go and hug and kiss my boy and get him into bed and make sure he's tucked in. He's probably fallen asleep. I'll have to carefully go, shh. Big love to you, brothers. Are there any last ideas you guys want to throw on the table before we vamos?
Yeah, one thing, perhaps, what I kind of saw with the caduceus and the Bengala and the other one, we were kind of talking about left hand path, right hand path, and it weaves through each other. So you have to know both the left hand path and the right hand path. I know that is the same in Kabbalah, if I remember correctly from Matt. It's by going going kind of zigzag over the tree, over the Kabbalistic tree, or however you wanna represent it, that you get to the very top. So it would make sense that with a partner, you both go over that tree in opposite directions, as you are opposite people in most cases of opposite gender. So it would make sense that one starts here, one starts there, but you sometimes you meet in the middle and you go your own way. Meet in the middle, go your own way, and the closer you get to the top, the more you get to know each other, till you're eventually, you're one. You're one whole. So that's the last that I have to say about it. Last thing that was on my mind. Do with it as
Cool.
you wish.
Thank you. I wanted to mention just something about the eye of Ma'at associated with the eye of Thoth, and the moon is associated with that left eye, which is associated with protection. And so with Ma'at, we have cosmic order and truth and justice and balance. And with Thoth, we have wisdom and brilliance, language, and all of the amazing things that he brought, principles. And so we also have like the chaos in the moon as well. But also with the eye of Ra is associated Tefnut or Tefnut, however you pronounce that. And that's associated with the divine power and the protection and wrath. So I think Ra is more associated with the wrath, but Tefnut maybe as well. I'm not sure, but they were originally feminine goddesses that represented the two divine eyes that are now associated with Ra and Horus. But not many know that Thoth is associated with the left eye.
I mean, Thoth is Hermes, is Mercury, is Odin. He is of that archetype. So makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's very interesting when we deep dive into these personalities and like what they represent. I think it's the same personality, it's just spoken of in different cultures. You know, I think we're all just talking the same stories. We're talking about the same things, the giants and the Nephilim. And every culture's got its own recorded version. And it's like, you know, that's why we can equate Venus to, you know, to Brigid. Sorry, not Brigid, but she's also known as Brigid, isn't she?
Probably, yeah. Bridget, Celtic goddess, one of a triad. Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's very interesting the way these things all come together, and it's interesting to look at that. You notice those two serpents are traveling up that caduceus in the same direction. Can you see what direction they're traveling in? Clockwise. If you're looking down, it's clockwise. If you're looking up, it's anti-clockwise. Is that right?
No, it's the.
If you're looking downwards, it's clockwise. If you're looking upwards, it's anti-clockwise. If you are the guy in the middle and those snakes are wrapping themselves around you, they'd be. If you're looking down, they're moving anti-clockwise. But if you're looking up and they're going above your head, they'd be. If that makes sense. Isn't that an interesting concept? So that gives us an idea of the spinning cross to the left, which has got to do with bringing that energy down into matter. I think there's something quite powerful there.
The spinning cross, the swastika.
Yeah, exactly. That will normally be spinning anti-clockwise, which means you're looking up. Are you looking up or are you looking down? Right? If you're looking up, you're dematerializing things. If you're looking down, you're materializing. So when you invert that spinning cross, it's manifestational. When you have it that way, it's demanifestational. You know, it's removing the obstacles. I hope you guys all enjoyed the show and the conversation and loved what you guys were saying in the chat. The chat was quite scintillating, as always. You guys, I sometimes get so sidetracked into the chat that I forget I'm on a live. I like pull myself out of the chat because if I live there for too long, I forget like, oh yeah, there's this thing going on here. It's that masculine brain, you know.
Yeah.
You need more women up here.
Getting sidetracked.
Sending you guys all love. Big love and blessings to you, Indy and Stein, and to Cosmic out there. It's been an honor. It's been lovely. And you look like you're enjoying yourself. Both of you guys are in summer, in your elements. I'm here in the middle of winter. So you guys enjoy, man. Enjoy the sun.
Yeah.
Oh, we will.
We
We will. Thank you very much. It's been awesome.
Your tan.
Big love. Om Shanti. Blessed be. Take it easy. Keep smiling. And till next time.
Until next
Big
time.
love and big blessings. Om Shanti.
Be.
Yes, sir.